So I'm betting some of you thought I was going to take a break after doing the donathon. Well, considering we took a break in the middle of it, it'd be rather foolish of me to do that, wouldn't it? And besides, when the DLC for a card game I deeply enjoyed comes out, did you really think I was gonna miss that? Honestly now. So, we're here to take a look at the DLC for Menace from the Deep, The Rift of Sanity. Now, I don't know much about the DLC. I purposely didn't look too deep at it, but it does look like it's going to very significantly change the way you travel. So that'll be interesting, and there's an entirely different character and a whole new act. That's the only things I know for a fact about this. Yeah, there's my existing save that's halfway through the game. As you can see, we have quite a lot going on here on the screen. Yeah, the Abomination is the new class we have available to us. As you can see, I unlocked the vast majority of the cards for all of the other classes in the game. This one being new, I didn't try this at all yet. This is going to be completely new to me. It is interesting that it says we've unlocked 30, but I'm assuming that's basically the 30 starting cards for the class. We can still get an upgrade for our psychiatry. Restore insight to maximum. Nah, I think we'll hold. Is building up your little assortment of materials here is basically the entire meta progression for this game, other than getting more cards. For those that don't know, these all unlock a variety of upgrades for you, like other starter decks, more max health, free consumables and money at the start, extra modifiers for your combos, which are fairly important to this game. Combos are actually very potent. The random equipment benefits is also quite nice. I really should have been upgrading the garage. I don't really know why I wasn't. I think because we did find a way to avoid needing to worry about fuel. And there's also a whole plot unraveling here amidst all of our cast of characters here. And they did add a nice rewatch cutscene button, so if you missed things, you can actually go back and watch them. You'll notice there's 2 cutscenes I haven't seen still. As I progress, as more scenes unlock. And they are all nicely fully voiced and everything, which is always good. But what we came here to do was go fight the horrors of the universe. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just go right in with the Abomination here. Half human, half monster. Has relatively low base stats, but lacks a sanity stat, making them immune to sanity-related attacks. Each turn, they transform into one of 3 random forms, which significantly affects their turn's strategy. A difficult character to master at the start, but incredibly powerful with a deep understanding of game mechanics. Well, Howard Morbid, let's see how you do. I'm not gonna change the run at all. Yeah, there's our human, demi-human, and monster forms listed there. And it looks like our starting relic is the Rift of Sanity. That's useless to us, I think. Unless the enemies can still attack our sanity even though we don't have any. I don't know how that's going to interact. So that might make things interesting. What decks do they have? They've got Humanity, Toxic Venom, Shapeshifter, and Illusionist. Let's stick to doing things the way I like to do, which is full chaos. We will take the draft and see how it works out for us. Even though I have no idea how this character works. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's see. True Nature. Spectral. If hero has 1 DNA or more, then gain 1 and DNA humanity points. If hero has -1 or less, then additionally lose humanity points. Okay, so basically, whichever part of the scale you're on, push them further on the scale. Let's not mess with that yet, because we don't know how any of that's gonna work. We'll just take a basic claw out of these. Metamorphosis gets completely covered in text when I try to make it bigger, but it's fine. Switches randomly to one of your 3 forms. We'll take that because that could be fun. Obviously we do want a basic block, but what does toxicity do? Okay, so it's basically a block, but also gives you poison barbs. Oh, hey there, Amber. It's been a bit. How you been? Hopefully you're doing well. We'll go ahead and just take the basic duck, because the rest of those mechanics don't seem like they'll help me. We'll take a bite, because poison is useful. Dexterity 2 if in human form, 3 strength if in monster form, nothing in demi-human form. Understandable, understandable. We'll take that, though, because that could be useful. There she is. How's it going, Amber? Hopefully everything's been going well for you. Enjoy being freed from ad hell. 10 block, but 8 more if in human form. I'm sorry to hear that. There's been a lot of technical issues going around again. I'm assuming part of it's people's machines aren't coping well with the heat, because we are apparently in a heat wave. Hero is in human form, then draw 2. If in monster form, then additionally move 1 from exhaust pile to hand. That's fine. That'll be useful. Oh, might be the ports have gone then. Because I'm assuming no matter what port you connect the monitors to on the graphics card, it's not working. The one thing you could do to test to see if it's the graphics card going is you could try plugging it directly into the motherboard if it has the right ports to connect to your monitors. That could be worth a shot. Obviously, no guarantees of that accomplishing anything. Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. Though if neither the motherboard nor the GPU are sending images, then the monitors themselves might be what went, rather than the computer. I assume there's not more than one input you can use on those monitors to check that. Okay. So you managed to connect them to something else and it works then. Okay. That is a weird one. I don't really have any immediate suggestions with that. Okay. Then yeah, the most likely candidate is either there's an issue where your computer is just not sending video, which could be a driver issue, could be a hardware issue. Like, unfortunately, there's just too many options to be an immediate, oh yeah, it's probably this. Offhand. Do I want to get rid of any of these cards? No, I think this deck's fine. Based on my limited understanding of what this class does. I mean, I suppose the more important question is, do you have the money available to take it in and have somebody service it? Yeah, that's about the answer I expected to hear. And the red light's probably not a good sign, but I don't remember off the top of my head exactly what that could mean right now. Motherboard lights have not usually been something I keep in the top of my brain. Okay. As long as you can get through it, that's the important part. His, obviously, expert help will do a fair bit to help, assuming those are actual experts you're taking this to. Okay, there's our description of the three forms. Human form takes less damage, but deals less damage. Grants resilience. Demi-human receives one less card, grants regeneration. And full monster form deals more damage, but also takes more damage and grants anger. Okay, good. Humanity. Okay, so we gotta kind of balance that around a bit. When reaching maximum humanity, gain defense. Upon reaching minimum humanity, gain damage. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Looks like we're starting in human form, even though that looks like the picture they used for demi-humans, so that's interesting. So we can't... Yeah, we are in demi-human form. I don't know what the game's talking about when it said we were in human form. I mean, at least you've got something you enjoy to keep you going. I've heard a lot of good things about Dreamlight Valley. It's just never been something I've looked at myself. So I'm already buried in other things. Go ahead and keep adding poison to you. He's gonna debuff me, so I don't need to worry about blocking this turn. Looks like we've slid the rest of the way back into human form now. I mean, I have to imagine that that wouldn't be that difficult to get through quickly. Aside from anything that may just be you have to wait for something to happen, as there are some of those that could easily happen in a game like that. Do I have any exhausted cards? I do. The Boiling Blood we got rid of before was exhausted. Sure, we'll take that back. Okay. And yeah, that would be the biggest thing that would slow it down. I mean, that's not that crazy. Considering there are people that will clear far longer things in like a day or two because they spend every waking moment working through it. I really can't say too much about getting through something in a week. On the scale of people on the internet, I feel like that's actually fairly reasonable. Go ahead and just pump up our block here because we're already getting really hurt. I'm sitting here figuring out how to use this character. We're in demi-human right now. Do I want to change that? It's debuffing, so no, I don't think it would be worth changing because I would rather take advantage of the regeneration to keep the bleed off. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what makes it reasonable, is you actually took time to sleep and presumably take care of yourself otherwise as well, rather than everything I do is this now. Oh, interesting. This is not what I would have expected a sharp teeth effect to do. I was expecting this to be like a damage buff. Instead, it's damage reflection. Sure, why not? We could go in for a monster melee, because we do need to get ourselves a bit stronger. We are already hurting as well, so the motel wouldn't be the worst idea. Let's hit the encounter and see what RNG has for us. The smuggling game. You come across two suspicious men whose truck broke down in the middle of the road, packed to the brim with suitcases of various sizes and colors. Noticing you, they become slightly nervous. Given the circumstances, they appear to be smugglers. Stopping beside them, you start a conversation. Relax, guys, I'm not with the police. What interesting things do you have here? The men exchange glances. One of them approaches your car and leans in the window. You got the money, you can take a few. So we can gamble for some rewards here, and it is only half the money we got, so sure. After taking the money, the men toss a few suitcases onto the ground in front of you. You step closer and peek inside each one. Alright, so I can see what's in all of these, and then they're gonna shuffle. So out of the options here, the ones I'm most interested in are those 2 heals and probably the gas. I was kind of hoping for better results out of in here, but this is fine. Oh no, they don't shuffle these anymore. These just appear to be, you just pick what you want, up to 50. So we'll just take those. We have $1 left over, but that's honestly probably as close as we're gonna get. The best I could do otherwise would be getting the 3 fuel, but I need the health more. So that was more or less the same as if I went to the hotel, honestly. But now we can save the motel for later. Since we're in decent health, let's risk the elite then. This way we can get some better rewards. Oh, that's not an elite I wanted to see right now, but yes, that's what we're dealing with right now, huh? And we're frenzied. He's doing 14 in cursed attack. I don't think we can block all of that, but we can at least take care of half of it, so we won't get 2 curses, we'll only get 1. And unfortunately we're not in monster form, so we can't actually use Killer Instinct. I could summon the rats, and I probably should. Just so we don't get put into too bad a position here. There we go, this way we got some backup here. The rats aren't powerful, but they are better than nothing. Do I want to be in monster form right now? I have no reason not to be. Sharpen up my teeth. Considering they're doing 1 sanity attack, which doesn't do anything to us, we don't really need to bother with guarding at all. So we'll go ahead and just Animal Fury, because it'll do slightly more damage than the other one. Swap to human form. Yeah, I'll take the dexterity, because that'll help our block do better. And we are going to need to keep their attacks off of us, so we'll go ahead and bite them. And now that we've gained the benefits, actually, let's go ahead and tip over to demi-human, because we can go to monster form next turn. And hopefully I'll be able to go on the offensive from there. So I did end up getting another curse, but that's fine. We have nothing exhausted, so cold-blooded's not particularly helpful here. It's also not attacking us, so we should just go for it. Yeah, there's one of our curses. Okay, he's going for 14. We're in demi-human right now, so we don't get extra block benefit. We just got hit with vulnerable because of perplexity. There we go. We can shift to human, though. So now we take only 8. And we lost the dexterity, unfortunately, so we're not going to be able to benefit completely there. But we may as well just ditch the hand, because we can't do anything else here. And because we got hit with the vulnerability, all of that damage doubled. Which really stings. But there's not much we can do about it otherwise, so we may as well just keep on keeping on. We can thankfully hit him with Killer Instinct, so that helps. Do I want to get Strength? I may as well, because even if I Metamorphose, all we would do is switch to demi-human form, which doesn't help anything. So I actually should have played this first, have the Strength bonus for the other attack we were doing. But that's what indecision gets you. now will metamorphose, so we swap to human. His demi-human is useless to us right now. That form doesn't do anything for us. Oh, we tipped back to monster form. Oh, right, because I think since our meter's now not balanced anymore, we actually will always trend toward monster form instead of human form whenever we're in between. Honestly, that's fine. Oh yeah, we can use our insight to metamorphose as well. I forgot about that.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? If I sharp teeth up, that doesn't really help too much at this point. But I also have no reason not to, because we're not gonna be able to get the kill this turn. So we may as well at least lash back out a bit. Nice, glad to hear it. Okay, we're down to 1, but well, we would be able to win this if I had drawn literally anything else in this hand. But what we can do here is Metamorphose to Demi-Human, and Metamorphose failed me. There we go, Monster Form. Because we need the increased damage. Poison ticks when? Beginning of each turn. So yeah, at the beginning of its turn, it would die. So we win. Just barely, but we won. Okay, so we got a choice between Newspaper Clipping, which recovers 5 health for each 3 talent cards played, which I don't think we really have much in the way for that. Or the Bird Bones, heal 4 at the beginning of any battle. We want that. Because right now we are kind of getting taken apart a bit here. Combat reflexes would be nice, but I'll take the Rabbit Paw in the hopes of getting better results. And we have a choice of Bite, Poisonous Spit, and Bristle up. The winner is us for now, at least, yeah. I'll just go ahead and take another Bite. Oh, right, we can grab both of those, so I can grab the Cleaver either way. Problem is, our damage stays, so we are gonna have to go to the motel or we are SOL here. Unfortunately, this only heals 25%, so, we're still a bit in shambles after that. The Asylum is completely useless to us for the most part. Like, we can gain some insight back, but all insight does is metamorphose. We can move to the museum, a monster melee, or after this monster melee, go back to the motel. The problem is, with the amount of health we have, I'm not comfortable fighting a monster right now, so we'll go this way. Thankfully, you can progress all 3 travel decks independently. There is nothing stopping you from picking whichever one you want, unless the deck runs out. So we're fine as far as that goes. And we can try to get something good out of this museum. You enter the museum. There's no one around, and the dead silence makes the surroundings even more suspicious and unclear. In the museum, there are numerous interesting artifacts. You decide to take a closer look to see if there are any items with a dark energy here. We can either go for a high-tier card of choice or one of 3 relics. I'm gonna go for the relic because relics are passives and we need all the help we can get. So I'm gonna brick at the start of the turn with 50-50. We do exhaust cards occasionally, so I'll take the Rowan Bunch. Especially if I exhaust the card and then bring the exhausted card back and then exhaust it again. We can work with that. We're gonna have to risk this monster melee, though, because I need to get to that motel. The encounter could be a good thing, but it probably won't be. This game does trend toward, at best, neutral events instead of positive events. I feel like we're gonna die during this monster melee, though, because I'm just in too rough a position at the moment. But we'll try our best. Pair of deep ones. Okay. Thankfully I can just commit here. Because this'll do 8 to both of them. Oh, but they're doing 18 to me, actually. We do take more damage in monster form, so actually I think I have to push out of monster form. God damn it, game. Human form, please. There we go. That way we take reduced damage from that. We can block the majority of the damage. And what we'll actually do, instead of going Animal Fury, is we're actually gonna Sharp Teeth up so they hurt themselves on contact with me. And we'll fish for a free card. None of which helped. Oh well. That's fine. It cycles the deck more, and we might get the things I actually do need. And the other reason I put myself in human form is we get dexterity for every hit we take. So I can actually mitigate way more damage now. Unfortunately, it seems like this is kind of built to slow play, and in the shape that we're in right now, slow play really isn't going to benefit us. The demi-human regeneration, though, is actually coming in handy here. They're currently not attacking, so just... Nom 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 nom. And we're still in human form, which is fine. We do have the points available to duck, so we may as well just go ahead and duck. Okay. We're in monster form right now, so attacking would be to our benefit. We can also unexhaust that exhausted card. And then re-exhaust it. Get one more hit point back. And since he's attacking us right now, I'm actually gonna just burn the turn a bit here. Even though I would have rather stay in monster form to get an attack off. We do still keep the strength, so we can actually shift like that and still benefit. Because the strength only goes down 1 a turn. Not the form I wanted. Try again. Come on. Yeah, monster form. This way we can get some real work done on him. Because he'll die to poison now. Alright. We did that without actually losing any real amount of health. So actually we might be back in this. Free damage. Let's see, we can get Killer Instinct, Pull Underwater, or another Boiling Blood. Let's go ahead and grab Pull Underwater. His weakness could be very helpful to us. Now, for those that didn't know, one of the main mechanics of Menace from the Deep is your cards upgrade the more you use them. So now we actually get some choices here. We can make our bite do less damage but apply more poison, or just do more damage. And I'm gonna go with the more poison, because at the rate we're going, it's looking like poison's gonna be our way to go. Duck does not have any interesting upgrades yet. So those just get immediately upgraded. Alright. The best part about this is we get a bit more health back, and there's a refueling station behind this to keep us from running out of gas. Because you end up in a real bad situation if you run out of fuel in this game. Though they made it less bad, as far as I'm aware, in one of the updates after I had stopped really actively playing. Right, you have to pay for the gas. Well, we'll pay. It's fine. I got money. So we got 2 Scuffles and Asylum. There's an Unknown over here. Let's do this Scuffle and see what the Unknown brings. Three farmers, huh? Okay. You have the sharpened metal to try to chip somebody initially. Yeah, that'll do. I was actually more hoping for a swap to human form because we got multiple attacks coming in, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and burn 2 of the charges here just to kill one of them off, so now we're only getting 1 hit in and we can block that. We could try for a 0 cost. All that did was shuffle the deck, but that's fine. Thank you for the strength, you fools. Okay. There's really not much we can do this turn. So we may as well just play our hand out and attack the guy who's not guarding. Like, he will be guarding after this, but we had free and clear attacks on him right now. If we poison mist, the guy who's guarding, who's got the 6 block over here is going to die. Actually, it deals double damage to humans, so I should be doing this anyway, because these guys are human. That is just the better choice in general. And they'll drop at the start of their turn, so that takes care of that problem. I should block the other one regardless, though. As much as I would have liked to have gotten the strength buff going or anything like that, it just was not a good position for it. Under the sea with you. We do definitely spend a lot of time, it looks like, in negative humanity. Assuming I'm reading that right. Green, I assume, is negative humanity? That's the one thing I didn't really get. No, it wasn't basics that I wanted. Humanity. Yeah, no, it's not actually really giving me too much of an answer there. But I'm assuming the green is humanity and the gray is monster. That just seems correct. And with how much we've been spending time in monster form, that doesn't... I don't know. I suppose it doesn't particularly matter either. At least not yet. 2 additional items will be on sale at the merchant. But I have to give up the bag, which is honestly fine. Is we already didn't carry enough consumables for that. We could leap, which is a lot of damage, but it is a 3 cost. I think we'll take an extra cold-blooded. It'll be fine. Hopefully cold-blooded upgrades into something good. And the unknown... Oh, good. We'll get the merchant after this unknown, actually. That's probably the best choice we could have after... Roll. Oh, that's not good. These things, I remember being an issue to fight to begin with, the Lang spiders. So getting them here and now is not ideal. Because we're going to be going into the boss fight after we visit the merchant. This could actually be a really big problem. You're the one doing 7. So let's pull you under so you do less damage. I could try to rotate to human form. Nope, got monster form. We'll rotate back to demi-human just so we at least don't take the extra damage. And now I'm out of insight, so I can't get myself out of situations like that anymore. Right side, we are in monster form for the attacking options here, so that's not the worst situation to be in. Protected one's the one that's attacking, which is annoying. That means we should probably just get our poison in on this one while we can. At least block one so we only take a little bit of damage, but I should capitalize on the fact that we're in monster form. We're only getting attacked for 3, and it's from the one that's wounded. Let's actually just kill him with our sharp metal. I would have rather saved that for the boss, but that's too good an opportunity to pass up under the circumstances. While they're not attacking is a good time to attack them. We just unfortunately didn't get enough good attacks to go for. Alien for free. Pull them under the water, which will get them down to the amount of damage we're blocking for, and we can just keep freely attacking. Convenient monster form. They are not gonna die though, which is upsetting. But we'll be okay. We'll block their attack, and next turn we win. So not a big deal. From a bit of a sketchy beginning to holding together. 3 insight from the tobacco. Poisonous skin is still an option. A guaranteed demi-human form isn't the worst thing, because demi-human has regeneration and doesn't have any buffs or debuffs. So there's actually a world in which I do actually want to flip to that intentionally. And the other 2 cards are too damn expensive for me to feel comfortable taking. Claw doesn't have an interesting upgrade yet, but it will split soon. Ooh, repeatable. We don't have enough energy most turns to use a repeatable effect like that, though. I do like that idea, though. But we'll take the non-repeatable version for the moment, but keep that repeatable version in mind for future runs. And we will absolutely be going to the merchant. It is guaranteed not to hurt me.
Well, well, well. Look who's here.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. We can't afford any relics. We could get a beret, which gets us a 30% chance of extra energy at the beginning of a turn. That could be very helpful. If I had more health, I would absolutely give up some health for more money to buy something stronger. We could grab the Holy Cross, though, and give ourselves some regen. But that is only regen 2, so it's only going to get me, like, 3 hit points. Because it'll give you 2 on the first turn it's active, and then it'll go down to 1, and then you'll get 1 hit point. It's not really worth 110, probably. Removing all block is nice. Yeah, of the 2, I would rather take the Church Bell, because it has 2 charges of 8 block. The Beret is also tempting, though. But it is only a 30% chance. Is the only reason it's not a, yes, I want that, give me that right now. Okay, so we know that one of the upgrades for Chameleon is raising the threshold for getting the extra 3 blocks, so that's good information. Interesting. This card will be removed from your deck at the end of the battle, so why would I ever buy the flies? That's weird that I can buy a summoned card. Huh. Toxic Tongue is actually tempting, because that's 9 poison. And it's another exhaust card to heal myself with, and then pull back. That is an idea. We can also sell stuff while we're here. Which actually, I think I'm gonna sell the Rabbit Paw. Because that opens up some more options for us. That's only in monster melee. If this was all combat, I would absolutely take that in a heartbeat. Grant 1 upgrade to all abilities. That's actually tempting. Because I believe abilities are specifically... Oh wait, no, actually, I don't know... No, it's this ability, actually, so it would give us Metamorphosis 2, and I don't know what Metamorphosis 2 does. It may just let me select form, which could be good, but I have doubts. We could get 5 more insight, but that's not really that big either. So what I'm gonna do with the extra money then, actually, is I'm gonna grab the bell, and I could actually grab the cross too. Sure, we'll grab both of those.
Come again.
A little bit of stability to our boss encounter here. When you're fighting an Elder God, a little bit of stability can help quite a lot. Oh, it's you, huh? Okay. Okay, you're gonna be spawning things. On the bright side, you're not attacking. Let's go ahead and use the tobacco to get our insight back. Use the regeneration immediately. Switch to demi-human form to get more regeneration, since we don't have a big enough benefit from being in a particular form right now. And we'll just Animal Fury and duck. Alright. Yeah, now he's spawned his Dark Young, which is gonna be an issue. Now you immediately understand why I said I was gonna want the ability to just protect myself. Because that's a lot of damage coming out. So we're gonna actually just go ahead and bail up right now. That'll take care of all that damage, basically, so we don't have to worry about ducking. We'll go ahead and Poison Spit, because we can get a lot of free damage that way. And we'll actually go ahead and Boiling Blood up to get the strength for the future. And then Metamorphose out of that and take less damage. There we go. We lost the other regen, unfortunately, but it's fine. Under the circumstances, I think it's fine. There goes a spam bot. You know, I'd almost rather deal with an Elder God than keep dealing with spam bots. At least you know what you're getting with an Elder God. Mostly madness. Damn it. I was trying to switch to monster form to Killer Instinct, but it's fine. Let's keep stacking the poison on the big guy. Otherwise, we're gonna have a lot of problems, because you'll notice that block just keeps building up. And since they have Beastmaster, they're healing their allies the whole time. But we do need to clear them at some point, or we're gonna have a bigger problem. We have nothing exhausted, so I don't need to go to monster form for cold-blooded. If I go to human form for cold-blooded, I draw 2 additional cards. But we don't have enough energy to really benefit from 2 additional cards right now. I'm better off pulling you down so you deal less damage. And just, honestly, just focusing on harming them in particular right now, I think. And then we gamble on trying to get human form. There we go. Like, we could have gotten human form earlier, but we would have then dealt less damage. So human form at the end was the better choice. It's a good thing we're immune to sanity damage, because it's already gone. That's all long since passed for us. Animal Fury will help, because that clears that guy. Chameleon. We don't have any exhausted cards. But we can still draw 2 with cold-blooded, right? That shuffled deck is... I didn't check to see what our situation there was. That's on me. We'll go ahead and hop to demi-human, because we're not attacking or being attacked, so we can get the regen benefits. Honestly, now that I'm starting to get a handle on balancing that regen around, we're actually in great shape. And I forgot, regen in this game doesn't actually decrease. So the cross was better than I thought. It is just 2 health a turn. So as long as we can keep the attacks off of us, we can actually just get stronger. We can exhaust our boiling blood and then unexhaust it, so let's go ahead and do that. Or I might have done that too quickly and didn't see it return, but it's fine. You're gonna be summoning new Dark Young, I presume. Yeah. That's exactly the problem with clearing those, is the turn after they're cleared, they get resummoned. So you don't really get much time. But this works out because we got our Poisonous Spit immediately, so... do that to just get them started getting cooked. Yeah, we're in human form right now, so go ahead and just block. They'll put more vulnerability on us, but we'll also get dexterity. The constant dance we're doing here with the metamorphosis is actually really interesting to me. It's not as interesting as I'd hoped because it really presented it as much more of a game changer than it seems to actually be. But I think if we had more cards that interacted with what form we were in, it would be a lot more of a game changer. So I think we just don't have the right cards for it to be as interesting as it could be. Standing upright. Block. Kind of want to keep playing the Metamorphosis just to get it upgraded. So I'm curious to see what the upgrades for a card like Metamorphosis would even do. It already doesn't cost anything. It would have to switch to not switching randomly. That's the only thing I could think of. Oh, or you could get it to be initial. Okay. Yeah, because if you right-click a card, you can look at what the upgrades are. Which, you know, where's the fun in that? But you can do that. That does tell me, however, that I don't need to worry about spamming that card right now. Okay, that was actually a really good time to switch to monster form. Because now we'll get extra Animal Fury damage. Don't have any exhausted cards, and there is a lot of damage heading our way. So let's go ahead and swap out of that, just so we reduce the damage a bit. And we'll mitigate it by regenerating, so it all works out. The poison build really seems like it might be the best choice for this character so far. Because you can just sit there and poison your opponents, and then just keep dancing through all your various forms to keep yourself safe while the poison just does its work. It's not necessarily the most interesting way to go about it, but it works. I could Boiling Blood for more dexterity, because we did lose all of our stacks of dexterity. Because we spent 2 turns not in human form, basically. But I don't think I need that. Like, it would be better, arguably, for me to get the benefits of being in a different form. Perfect. Now we can get that kill. We can Boiling Blood up. Sharp Teeth, and then Metamorphose out of that. We are going to take that hit straight up, but we will still... Oh, no, right. All the poison damage. Never mind. Sometimes things just work out. Sometimes I just succeed without really paying attention to what I'm doing. Go ahead and cut that one down by half. We can't, unfortunately, do the AoE this time because we don't have it. So we'll just block up and keep that damage off of us. Remember, combos are useful, so you can keep yourself in this by comboing. Ooh, we're frenzying. That'll actually be useful. His Frenzy makes you deal 50% more damage and take 50% less for a little while. So this is actually going to be really good for us. Pivot to demi-human just so we don't have the damage reduction. Clear you straight up. Go ahead and poison spit and bite. Set them up for just taking lots of damage. There's Animal Fury, which is great while we're frenzying. But let's not do that in human form. There we go, perfect. That way we clear out the extra. Boost our strength some more. Break right through their defense. Honestly, being immune to sanity damage is kind of broken in this game. No. Well, fine. Because you basically only have 1 meter to worry about instead of 2. Ordinarily, a regen setup like this would be weakened by the fact that they could just chew our sanity down. But they can't with the Abomination. The Abomination's immune. So it really does kind of cheat the system a little bit. Which is interesting to say the least. Let's go ahead and get out of monster form. We don't quite have enough block to block all that, so we'll stay in human form. Otherwise, I would have went to demi-human for the increased regen. But we were also at full health at that exact moment, so it wouldn't have made that big a difference. There we go, the poison will kill that one now. And we keep stacking more poison up on old shove boy over there. Back to human. Don't want to be human right now. No, I won't risk it because it might put me back in human form. Which will be the opposite of helpful at this exact second. Because the damage reduced boost would be useless. Okay. Try again. Demi-human. It's fine. Alright. Let's see what happens this turn. What do you know? They summoned more things. Shocking concept, that. It's almost like we know what the pattern here is at this point. Yeah. Give me the strength. Shift up the demi-human. That's fine. We'll take 2, regen 4. It's a non-issue. If this is a sign of how this run's gonna play out, we basically have this already. Obviously, it is going to change over time. Oh, the Beastmaster effect kicked in first. I should have known what order of operations that was gonna be, but it's fine. Crunch down a demi-human. Just chew through their block. And it's over. Oh, right, I need to kill the minions, too. Well, that complicates things. I'm pretty sure I died this way before at some point. Defeating the boss and then realizing after the fact, oh, you guys count, huh? But it's fine. These things are no threat to me at this point. If anything, they're just providing me easy ways to upgrade my cards. But really, I should be thankful that they survive, I suppose. They're just that much of a non-issue at this point. We've really given ourselves just such a good healing mechanism here between the cross that we put on and the Rowan bunch. It's way more effective than I thought it was gonna be. Ooh, there we go. Start all enemies with 3 poison. Yes. Recover 2 health for each remaining point of energy when the turn ends. I mean, I may as well wear it. I don't have an accessory right now. Lipstick to shuffle the hand. We don't need a 3rd metamorphosis. Slippery Snatch. Reduce 1 positive status by 1 from targeted enemy. Deals 9 to targeted enemy. That could be useful. We could just, like, knock a buff off of something. Leap is good, but it costs too much. Like, if we had a way of guaranteeing myself a little bit of extra energy, I would go for Leap. But it costing 3 is just too much. So yeah, now we have an innate metamorphosis. Boiling blood can either... Ooh. It gains a demi-human effect if I go the bottom route. It gains 1 aura while in demi-human form, which blocks a negative status. So that could be really good. The top path only gives me 1 more strength in monster form. But as it upgrades further, you end up getting another dexterity and then another strength. We'll take the one where we benefit from demi-human, I think. Draw 3 or draw 1. Oh, draw 1 card of your choice. Ooh, actually. Especially since that upgrades to play the drawn card for free. Yeah, we're going that route. Get another initial metamorphosis. Having multiple metamorphoses be initial is actually going to be an issue. But we'll have to make do with that at the moment. So I can increase the amount I get from Chameleon, or I can increase the threshold where I get the bonus. I may as well increase the threshold. 10 damage to all, or 7 damage, 1 bleed. And the bleed doesn't decrease at all. That's the fun thing about bleed in this game, is it's a constant dot instead of a decreasing dot. Which is really bad on the player side, but very useful against the enemies. We're gonna go ahead and take the bleed as well. Even though it doesn't increase the overall damage, the bleed will be nice. You follow the same path as the other bites. That's all this does, huh? It's gain 1 attack, and then it'll do stuff. Okay. That's fine. They really could have done better with the upgrades for this character so far. But it is new. Like, this DLC came out today, so... There's only so much you'll gain. It's Tall Boy. Okay, that's fine. You'll notice we kept our health from that Elder God fight, by the way, so, be careful when you fight Elder Gods. Shocking concept, that, I know. Needing to be careful when fighting an Elder God. We don't need to refuel, and there's just an encounter behind that. We don't need the motel yet, so let's just get into the scuffle straight away. Go start something with the locals. Right! We're in Act 2 where things get really bad. We've got 2 prostitutes, a madam, and a goon. Now would have been a great time for Animal Fury to be available. Stealing from them doesn't help because the only effect that's positive for them is innate, and I can't take that away from him. Being in monster form lets us at least kill her instinct, so let's go for the madam, because I seem to recall that she's a problem. And then we metamorphose out. Human form, that's fine. I'm gonna redraw the hand. Not quite what I was hoping for, but some more poison can't hurt. I was hoping to cycle for a block. So arguably I should have cycled right off the top so I had the most options. Yeah, the problem with this fight is they're gonna debuff me a bunch. And if you get seduced 5 times, you get stunned. Thankfully, it's not the worst, but it is a problem. Thankfully, with Animal Fury, I can... What? Why did you... Oh, you had 1 block or something stupid, didn't you? And I didn't notice. God damn it. It's fine. Go to Demi-Human. Get Aura. This way they can't keep hitting me with debuffs for a moment. And then stand up straight so we take less damage. The poison will at least get the Madam out of there. Okay, the aura stopped the worst of that, but we still got some trauma out of that, which is going to make me take damage every time I attack, which really sucks, considering we flipped into monster form. Very, very awkward. Thankfully, nobody's attacking right now, so I don't need to worry about the damage I'll take. We'll just take the trauma damage and make the best of it. Oh yeah, the prostitutes also steal your money, as you'd expect. So she'll die to poison, I don't need to worry about her. Perfect. We'll still weather the worst of that. Some of that damage isn't gonna... Oh no, she's the only one not attacking. Great, love that for me. Oh, we'll just take a bit of damage. It's worth it for the amount of damage I just dealt. Because we need to get some of them off the field. And we are gonna gain strength from those hits, so actually it's not the worst thing. Not the form I wanted. Try again. Well, guess we're just back here then, huh? Okay. Means I have to burn 2 attacks to deal with that. Oh, now he's pissed. Because all his lady friends are dead. Now, the next attack he does is going to gain 8 power. And you'll notice he's attacking twice. So this is going to really suck. Especially since we didn't draw any blocks at all. Pain, misery, woe. Well, dexterity would be great. Wait, no. Dexterity in this game reduces incoming damage, so yes, we do actually want that. Because that's just flat damage reduction. I keep thinking of dexterity as increasing your block per card. Because Slay the Spire does that, and then a bunch of games that copy that also do that. Let's poison you a bit, since you have a lot of block. Okay, good. We also knocked off the damage bonus, because I forgot if you get attacked, you lose that. So actually, we're in pretty good shape here. And after his first swing, I will gain another dexterity. So that actually worked out very well. He's only got debuffs on him, so stealing from him doesn't help us. There's Frenzy, which unfortunately similarly doesn't really help that much. Because our problem is we're just going to keep taking trauma damage. Though I think this turn we just mulligan out because there's really nothing great we can do here. Which means I really should have tried to flip into Demi-Human, but we didn't have anything for that. Speaking of not having anything for it right now, this is such a great hand. Thankfully, he has no block while he's trying to boost attack, so we can just clear him off the board straight away. Okay. We lost a lot of health to that, but we got through it. The comb grants us extra power. We don't currently have a talisman anymore, so sure. Alpha creature. It has monster menace, so extra damage to anything non-human, but it is only 3 damage. I think actually we want those flies because they do poison. And you won't have to worry about flooding your deck with them as they remove themselves. So that's really not too bad. Actually, we do want these claws to be fatal, because not only will it benefit from our damage increases twice, thanks to attacking more than once, but it'll also exhaust, which will heal us with the Rowan and Bunch. And we have plenty of ways of getting exhausted cards back, so not really an issue. Go ahead and buy us some more Secret Society supplies. Bricks, huh? Less useful than I would have wanted, but buying them anyway, because we do still need them. Let's go ahead and hit up one of the 2 motels we have. I don't think I want to use both of them right now. I'm probably better off saving one. You could also use the motel to, like, upgrade and card remove and things like that, but I don't really care about those. We'll use this refueling station. We're not actually going to refuel here, we're actually going to work a shift and make some money. This way we make back the money, for the most part, that we just spent, in case we find a merchant somewhere. Oh, interesting. Strange symbols in the sand. On the shore near an abandoned bay, you notice symbols carved into the sand. They pulse with a faint glow. The ocean is calm, but the wind carries a strange smell of iodine, and shadows can be seen moving in the water on the horizon. So we can kick over for some sand on the symbols, we can touch them, we can make our own symbols, or we can just watch what happens. There's a part of me that's tempted to just have a look at what happens here. I'm pretty confident that kicking over the sand onto the symbols would be a bad idea. That's gonna just backfire on us horrifically. Let's just draw our own symbol and see what happens. You sit on the sand among the other symbols and attempt to draw one of your own using knowledge from occult books. The symbols interact and you feel a surge of unknown power. Neat, we stole their power. That's kind of what I was hoping for, is some manner of power siphoning. Or at the very least, like a dispel of some kind to deal with whatever it is they were trying to cast there. We'll go ahead and take a relic again. Monkey Skull, get a health whenever an enemy's defeated, a satchel to get a consumable slot, or the Sharp Icicle. Will apply 2 cold to a random enemy for every 6 attack cards played. We do play a lot of attacks, and cold is really good because it's 2 piercing it's 5 piercing damage for 2 turns. And but the bird bones and the monkey skull are part of the same collection. And I do believe getting full collections helps in some ways. Like, you'll notice they light up, so I'm pretty sure there is a synergy thing there. I just don't remember what it does. What I do know is I do need the healing. To buy gas or not to buy gas? That is the question. Yeah, because there's an elite behind it that we can make the money back. Admittedly, this basically means I spent money and then... I made money working a shift at one gas station just to spend it at another one. But isn't that just how life works? Well, that's not great to just see another fight behind that elite. Tell you what, if we're gonna do the elite, I'm going to the motel first, so we have as much health as possible before we do this. Even though over long fights we do regen a decent bit, I don't know what elite we're gonna be getting. So I'm hedging my bets. What is this thing? A Sathuga. Okay. I don't know what this is. Whatever it is, though, is attacking a lot, and I don't appreciate that. But thankfully... There we go, we can reduce that damage to 1. I forgot you can't reduce damage to 0. The intent was for the 2 dexterity to just zero out their attack. This does mean, though, that we can safely metamorphose. Because we duck once and we're basically good. No point in metamorphosing again, though. I'd rather have the regen. There goes our attack buff that we had, but we had no attacks to use, so the comb buff was useless to us, unfortunately. Well, at the very least, we should kill our instinct, because we have no reason not to here. Probably just kill off the spawn. Yeah, because it takes no damage from poison, and it poisons me, so it needs to go. So we'll just kill that off straight away. So he might just spawn another one. No, he just applied a bunch of regen for himself. That's fine. Go ahead and slash him up and just keep on blocking. And thankfully we have enough healing where we can just kind of hold ourselves together. We can reduce their regen, so just slap a point of regen off of them. Summon 2 flies. Just poison them immediately. Now their regen doesn't do anything because the poison basically will counter it for the most part. Monster form. Just keep on poisoning. Also drag them down and weaken them. And then we cycle out of that. Being just basically a biological revolving door might actually be the best play we have. Okay, based on the fact that this thing just keeps getting brought back and is just going to keep poisoning me when I attack it, I'm just going to ignore it. It doesn't hit that hard. It's not that big a deal. It's a far better play to just focus the big one down. And with all these attacks coming in, we'll just generate a bunch of dexterity, and most of those attacks then do nothing. So we're kind of fine here right now. The toxicity is not innate. We could just knock the toxicity off of it. But why would I do that when I can just keep knocking their regen down? We're frenzied, but we have no attacks. There went all the poison. But what if more poison? Ow. Damn it. I forgot it's random opponent. Bring an exhausted card back. Oh, good, it's our claw. Perfect, actually. Cycle to demi-human. That's where I want to be right now. We'll heal for 2 from the ring, which will take care of the damage we're about to take. And then our regen will protect us a bit. Though we are getting very badly poisoned. Because apparently their attacks also do poison. So that's not ideal. I missed that part. Otherwise, I would have dealt with this thing far sooner. So we might actually be in trouble here because of that. Because we have a lot of poison stacked up on us now. Yep. Yep, this has gone suddenly very wrong. Well, saying suddenly very wrong is a lie, but you get the idea. Give me the other block. I'm pretty sure we can block poison damage. So I think between those we're okay. Oh, you made another one. Never mind, we're dead. With him spawning a second one, we were done for there anyway. On the bright side, we obtained a bunch of fear, which will help our meta progression. So it all gets sucked up into the monolith, which is why they bother to go fetch the corpses. Aside from collecting the material, of course. So now we're level 15, which gets us down the coffee, the third eye, a Molotov, and vicious guard. These are all cards for the various classes, including a neutral. And we also got the cassock, the human skin book, and the invisibility potion that could potentially show up. Bundle of bloodstained banknotes is another clue that gets attached to the merchant. What that means for us, who knows yet. We could get more fuel, but I feel like that's less useful. I kind of want to get to the extra rare card at the start of Journeys with the library. We're not using the starter decks is the problem. We're kind of just in an unfortunate spot for a lot of these. Yeah, I think it is best I just upgrade. There we go, we did get it. No, we didn't. We're one short of it. The next one is the +1 rare card, but at least now we have everybody's starter decks, I guess. Alter Shadow. Now we'll go with the Abomination again. So let's see, we also gained the Savage and the Observer decks. Interesting. Passive damage. Oh, I see. Spiky, sharp teeth. Yeah. Interesting thought. Extended limb enhances each character's attack by 3 damage. Interesting. Natural selection ignores negative effects of the form they're in. Okay, so you can get rid of the increased damage taken from being in monster form, is presumably the idea there. And this is just cycling. Okay, so there is actually decent support for being in demi-human form. And because of things like Swamp Ambush, we just didn't see that card come up. I do think, based on the way these starter decks look, though, I still like the idea of self-made deck more. Just because we have a chance of getting something more interesting than any of those right off the top. Now that we understand how this deck works a little bit better. Obviously we still need a claw. I do want grow limb, but hide behind the rock is also useful. Because one of our biggest problems was we kept drawing hands that weren't useful, so cycling like this would be useful. But I'm gonna take the grow limb. Take poisonous skin. Oh, there's the Swamp Ambush. Something like stealth could be good, because I do flip to human form when I'm going to be attacked as often as I can. Cold-blooded was a neat idea, but unless I have cards that exhaust, it's not super useful to me. But I think I'm gonna take it anyway, because I didn't really care for sharp teeth that much. As helpful as it was occasionally, it's either that or we try to make leap useful, but it's so expensive. There's Toxic Tongue, which could be good. So Alpha Creature being a free attack is nice. It'll only do a little bit extra damage to monsters unless we make it deal a lot more. But it is a step in a good direction. I'm going to take the Toxic Tongue anyway, though. Ooh, Adaptation. Gain 3 block or 3 power randomly. That's a fun idea. If this didn't cost 2, I'd be a lot more into this. We do probably need at least 1 basic block, but I'm going to take Adaptation anyway. We could grab Vicious Guard so we can start getting rid of debuffs. Because this would have actually solved the problem we had. This would have started ticking the poison down. So yeah, we'll take Vicious Guard. We don't want to self-damage particularly, so Vomit's not the way to go here. Claws do build up nicely, so we'll actually stick with that. Again, same cases with Stealth. We do flip to human form when we can, when we need to block, so Strong Humanity will be useful. Natural Selection could actually be good for us as well, because we could stay more in human form and then keep the damage reduction without having the damage dealt reduced. So that could actually be a good... We do probably want at least 1 Metamorphosis in here, so we do actually have a cycling option. We'll take a regular duck. There's the Hide Behind Rocks I wanted, and we're just keeping this. It's similar to what we had last time, but a little tweaked. Oh boy. Got a big old serpent boy in the back there. Encounter, Warehouse, or Monster Melee. Let's see what the encounter's got for us. This way we have the merchant available. Now there's eyes in the sewers. That's not great. Whisper from the storm drain. You're walking down a deserted street during the rain. Suddenly a faint whisper calling your name comes from the storm drain. Stopping and leaning towards the drain, you notice countless strange yellow eyes flickering in the dark. But let's be real. More often than not, if you hear something calling your name, no, you didn't. You didn't hear that. It's not real. But I tell you what, it's got glowing yellow eyes. Maybe it likes money. Let's just chuck a coin in there and see what happens. Throw a coin into the drain. In taking a handful of coins from your pocket, you toss them into the drain. The whisper stops instantly and an object floats to the surface. Neat, we got a bell for our troubles. That was actually worth it. And we also got a newspaper as our starting consumable and a rusty knife as our starting equipment. So actually, the poison build would have been so much better an idea right now, because every damage we do deals 1 poison. Huh. We may pivot into poison then. We'll see. Yeah, you know what? Let's go get into a fight. We need to make that money back. Because as useful as that was, I do need my money. Oh yeah, the unbleedable progeny here. Right. Let's go ahead and hide behind the rock. Oh right, it gets rid of 3 random cards, not 3 cards of my choice. Throw around some poison. Add more poison to that one in particular. And we'll demi-human. Use the bell to block the damage. There we go. Everything's fine. We could poison his skin up, and that would block the majority of the damage. But that would be our entire turn. 2 of them would get poisoned, and 1 of them would not have nothing happen. But I have no reason not to at the moment, really. Because the rest of that hand's not exactly remarkable. And the more poison we can hand out, the better off we'll be. Sure. We'll go ahead and extend our limb. And give this guy a good old slapping. Cycle those cards away. And the best part is we get a free bit of strength as well. This is a really bad hand for attacking. So we'll strong humanity up, monster form, get an exhausted card back, which gives us natural selection. It is decreasing, so we're gonna lose that effect at the end of this turn, so it basically didn't matter that I did that. Though it did get rid of the increased damage taken, so I suppose it wasn't worthless, just not particularly useful. Swamp Ambush. We currently don't have any negative effects on us, so there's no point in Vicious Guarding. See if we can get a card I can use. Hey, another Claw. Die. Funny how that works out sometimes. We can natural selection back up, but there'd be basically no point to that. We can bring back an exhausted card, which gets us back Grow Limb, so we can just make our limb even bigger and better. But the rest of this hand is genuinely completely useless to us. And we still didn't land in human form, so we still can't use any of it. We hit so hard with all of this. Now, the thing I'm noticing, though, is apparently either I misunderstood something, or maybe we need to get to Act 4 to get the different map. Is there supposed to be a completely, like, different map available for you to travel on than this? Let me take a quick look and see if I'm not understanding something. Oh, it's in custom game. Okay. We'll do that after this run, then. Thankfully, that was easy to figure out. Oh, we found a bunch of farmers. Adaptation doesn't decrease. I was gonna Poisonous Skin or Toxic Tongue, but adaptation could be good for us here. Now, we'll newspaper so we don't get hurt here, and then we'll give them a bunch of poison and start slashing them up. Is the faster we get out of these encounters, the better off we are. Is the less chance there is for bad things to happen. Basically didn't do damage because I just regen away the bit of damage he did do. We'll go ahead and extend our limbs, show off how strong our humanity is, and then cycle back to demi-human to heal. We really have embraced our inner freak this time around, and I'm kind of here for it. Enjoy all your poison. That's all for you. As it turns out, I am in fact the freaky fish guy. With a random knight helmet, apparently. Oh, grants ability armor. Sure. Now we can just armor up for 2 insight. That's actually going to be super useful. Pull underwater was kind of helpful, but it wasn't super helpful. We'll actually take the swarm. His free poison is useful. And since we have a thing that works with poison, we probably should lean into it. no need to buy planks this time. We'll just steal some. We didn't get many, but I didn't want to use my money when we have a merchant near at hand. We'll do the monster melee, then I might do the elite foe before we go to the merchant too, just so we have as much money as possible. Slash you up, Metamorphose. Didn't get the results I wanted. There we go. It's not like I'm gonna really use my insight to Metamorphose that much, considering we have a copy of Metamorphose in the deck. This is awkward. This would actually be a perfect time to not be in monster form. This is actually one of those rare times we will actually Metamorphose that way. No sooner did I say that. I kind of want to Swamp Ambush and Duck. But I really did want a Poison Skin, but I think it's just not the one here. Because now this blocks all of that. I can grab Natural Selection, which doesn't help here, but it gets the card cycled. Oh hey, we got a handful of not attacks when we're in our attacking form, with a very big attack buff on us. Sad. We could hide behind the rock, though. And I lost some cards I would have liked to keep, but we're also getting rid of a problem. We could hide behind the rock again, just reach out, swipe the guy, and then get back behind the rock again. You know, that really didn't change much, but it was funny. No longer absolute being. Since that hand's just kind of meh anyway, we'll go ahead and do that. This way, at the very least, they get poisoned immediately. Man, this deck is drawing like ass. We don't have a lot of attacks, though. I do need to get more attacks. Like, that part of it's my fault. The way it's drawing is not my fault. Now, that one's already upgrading. Use that one. Summon the swarm. Get poisoned, get poisoned. And then I duck and watch you die. Ooh, dynamite. Don't mind if I do. This is not a great set of choices here for our current situation. Balance in order to swap in the demi-human form would be great for the Swamp Ambush we already have. But as it stands, we do have a lot of conditional cards in the deck. So if I have balance in the hand, but none of the things that work with being in demi-human form, all I do by using balance is shoot myself in the foot. But if I take another Swamp Ambush, and I don't have balance, then we could easily end up with a situation where I have both Swamp Ambushes in hand and know when to use it. Hide behind the rock could at least self-cycle out and get us to cards I can actually use, but I don't think it's that great an idea either, based on what we just saw with the last fight. So I'm gonna risk the Swamp Ambush, even though it might be a problem. Ooh, okay, 4 poison to 3 targets instead of 3. That's good. I would have rather to get another hit, but it's fine. We have 125. We'll still do the elite, because that should give us enough money to do some decent work with the merchant. Oh, it's this thing already? Oh no. It's the thing that killed us last time, in case people aren't watching actively. Cycle this hand away. Grow Limb is the better call here. We're gonna take some damage, but we need to get that attack boost up early, just so we can kill this thing fast. The game agrees, apparently, based on the hand it gave me. Monster form? Yeah, just go for him. This way we move that health bar along, and with our enhanced damage. At least he's not summoning yet. And we can just cleanse the poison if it gets too out of hand. I don't know if this will work out for me completely, but it's probably the best shot I've got. This hand sucks, get rid of it. That's slightly better. Okay, actually, that works. The reason why I didn't want any of these blocking cards is he's not attacking us right now. But this will give him 12 poison, so this works out well for us. We don't want to poison his skin here because he's not attacking, and he also just doesn't attack that often. So it'd be kind of wasteful. Now he's got his minion out, which is going to be much more of a problem. Natural selection, so we don't have the damage reduced anymore. And we hit him, we hide behind the rock. Cold blood for more cards, which don't help. Rip. Go ahead and armor up, just so we don't take any real damage here. We are making decent progress here, just not as fast as I would like. I do keep getting tempted to throw the dynamite in. Which, now that there's two targets, the dynamite's not the worst idea. Yeah, I knew one of those was gonna get wasted on the minion, that's why I wasn't really jazzed about that plan. But it was the best plan I had. 12 poison, huh? Yikes. There we go. No, he won't die to poison. Okay, we got Toxic Tongue back. The reason why he won't die to poison is regen kicks first. Which is so annoying. Ow. We might die again to this thing. If I ain't careful. Especially with a hand like this. Okay, at least both poisons went on him, so he's not gonna sit there and just stack back up or anything. Not the form I wanted. I was aiming for demi-human. But I had to holy water away that poison or we were hosed. Okay, big guy's dead. Now, our remaining problem is getting rid of the formless spawn, which is going to poison me more and more the more I hit it. So I got to be careful here. Oh, that was actually a good time to frenzy, but I didn't get an attack, so it didn't matter. But more or less, no matter what I hit him with now, he'll die, so we're good. We actually made it through that time. It just was a little scuffed. Ooh. Heal 15 at the start of any elite foe fight, recover 20 at the start of any boss fight. Or gain the Tesla coil, grant ability lightning strike. We don't really need more abilities, as fun as that is. We're taking the skeleton hand because I need the healing. If Final record for 3 dexterity. Upgrade a card whenever you visit the museum. Yes, actually, we'll take drink water because we can use that to get exhausted cards back too, and we are going to be getting a lot of exhausted cards. One card of my choice. Okay, yeah, that just allows it to stack higher, and it becomes exhaustible, which is good. Becomes swap 4 instead of swap 3, and it just keeps getting more swaps. Not really what I would have wanted, but it's better than nothing. And now we got a lot of money. So let's go spend that money.
Well, well, well. Look who's
Ooh, last chance, move 1 card of your choice from exhaust to hand. Not super useful. Applying dry could be really good, but we're not going up against the thing that does cold. If I remember what the serpent thing that we're about to run into as a boss does, it's not cold. I don't think it does burning either, though. The fur coat's incredible if you are up against the elder that does freezing, because you basically become immune to it. It just can't do anything to you. And healing would be nice. Restore fuel when visiting the motel, that's pretty good. Ooh, we just get spiky at the beginning of every battle. That's not bad. They're all reasonably good. I just have no attachment to the idea of the true nature card, as much as I keep looking at it and thinking about it. Though actually, we do have 2 abilities. Let's grab the Deadeye and see what the upgrades to those abilities does. 8 armor from armor 2, and we gained a natural selection when we metamorphose using insight now. That's actually better than I thought it would be. That's actually fairly worthwhile. I might get rid of the 4-leaf clover. No, nothing's good enough to make it worth that. This was actually not that great a shop, unfortunately. There's a motel behind this refueling station, so we'll go this way. I did debate going to this refueling station before going to the merchant to work a shift, but I was pretty confident I was going to need the fuel. But that's why I was considering the wrench, is so that I could have gotten the fuel without having to pay for it. So there was a plot in mind for that. I just didn't end up going for it. Since we want to visit the museum, we're going to go ahead and waste our time at the asylum here. But I think we can get insight back. Yeah, the insight's free. So we'll take the insight so we can use armor up more. And then see about grabbing ourselves something nice at the museum. We have no use for that other merchant, unfortunately, because we're not going to be able to build up enough money. Ooh, good. We actually got exactly what I wanted to upgrade, one of the claws. And we will search for a relic. Lion figurine deals 8 damage to a random enemy for every 5 block cards played. Grant 10 block for every 5 attack cards played. Or get 12 bricks because it's just the relic of a pile of bricks. That's a great relic, right? The mysterious, mystical pile of bricks. I love that it's part of the collection Mystical Sphere, too. I guess that's the bricks that are holding up the sphere. I'm gonna take the block for 5 attack cards one, because I'm more likely to recklessly attack and forget to block than I am to block more than I need to and not attack. I don't feel a need to get into any of those scuffles because all they're gonna do is put me to a disadvantage. So we'll go here, we'll work a shift. I could have grabbed the free consumable, but I'd rather have the money. And we'll see what this encounter does for us. I would have loved to have gotten to that motel before the Elder God fight, but we'll just have to make do. Oh, it's a church. Discussions about God. Late at night, you pass by a small church with lights on inside. Tired from your difficult journey and realizing it's late, you decide to ask for shelter until morning. Inside, you are greeted by a Holy Father who, after a long conversation, offers you a confession. We can lie and confess imaginary sins, we can confess our actual sins, change the topic, or decline but give them a donation. I mean, we're a horrifying, like, multiform monstrosity here. We got plenty of sins to confess. Let's confess the actual ones. Maybe it'll do something good for us. Confess your sins. You enter the confession room and begin to repent for all the wrongs you've done over the past years, for all the pain you've caused to strangers. At the end of the confession, you feel mentally exhausted, but this event has opened your eyes to reality. So we lost 5 max sanity, but gained 5 max insight. That's perfect for me, because my sanity already doesn't exist as an abomination. So actually, we gained quite a bit out of that. I would have hoped for healing at a church, but just goes to show you how useful churches really are, huh? It's Dagon! Oh, right, they do inflict burning, don't they? So I'm glad I didn't get the... Oh, they are one that inflicts cold! Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, they take no damage, but take no damage from burning, but take double cold. Never mind. We're fine. And they've got the brood effect, so they're all more dangerous because they got buddies. This is actually kind of a terrible first hand here. Dexterity up. Like, it's not a bad hand in general, but it's not a good hand for what position we're in right now. So we'll go ahead and adapt, cycle, drink water, and then just armor up. I'm hoping the adaptation will help us. Okay, we got 3 block from it. That's not useless, but it's not particularly great. We're gonna spend the extra time setting up. Summon the flies. Because no matter what the flies land on, it's useful to us. Perfect. I know we're burning insight rapidly, but the insight's allowing me to set up all of my buffs and such without having to worry about what little health we have degrading. And we have been gaining back health during this whole process as well, leaving us pretty well set for the fight. So now we should be able to save our insight. And the good news is they give us insight every time they do sanity attacks that do nothing to us. So we learn so much by our mind being fucked with. We should metamorphose out of this form. That'll do. If I had flipped to monster form, I'm pretty sure the deep one over here would have died. But it's fine, we can wait on that idea. Flies have come back, so we'll just sick them on all of my enemies. And we're actually gonna go ahead and poison his skin here. So it's a shame that we were in monster form that turn when we got all of our blocking cards. But, you know, it is what it is. This way, the one that's almost dead will poison himself, so he'll die on his next turn. And they'll all stack poison further on themselves. Keep bringing my exhausted cards back. We don't have any negative effects on us right now, so we don't have any reason to Vicious Guard. We're actually gonna hide behind the rock here and just cycle that hand out. Good. You die. summon more fly. There we go. We block all that, get some strength. Everything works itself out. We could just stack more adaptation. And since he's doing a sanity attack, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We can take advantage of his inaction. Oh, and now we're frenzied. Great. I would have rather saved the frenzy for one more turn. If I'd paid attention, I wouldn't have done that. But I've just been kind of flying along here. He's only doing 2 attacks, so blah, 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 blah. We will armor up because that is a cursed attack, so we don't want to get cursed. And now we should be able to just work Dagon over pretty good here. I think he can summon more deep ones if he chooses to. He just hasn't done it yet because they've not been dead for long. That hand's fine to just use. I could have cycled the flies out to get more energy using cards instead, but just keep stacking the poison on him, it's fine. We still don't have any negative effects on us. There we go. It was a little wasteful on the insight to cycle like that, but I think it was worth it. Give ourselves some more natural selection so we don't have to worry about negative effects. Which also means we don't really need to worry about actively swapping out of forms as much. And we've basically won this fight as soon as I get an attack. There we go. Punk. Dagon is a bit of a chump. He's not really that big a problem. Human skin book. Apply 2 random curse to a random enemy after ability use. Get 2 damage bonus on all allies, which we don't have any. Earn an additional 25% gold after winning a battle. If we need the money. Ooh, army vest. But all it does is give you an extra consumable slot. All that armor and you don't get any defense out of it? Come on now. Since we are making use of the poison from the knife we have, we probably should grab poison to spit back. Even though it's not the best. We could make it not exhaust anymore, so we can just keep stacking extended limb, or we could have it extend limb and give 2 strength. We'll have it keep exhausting, because we do have things that benefit from us cycling exhaust in the future here, so that should work out. Oh, we basically are doing our Act 1 fight in Act 2 now, so that's not bad, actually. That could be beneficial to us. There's a merchant behind this encounter. There's a merchant behind this warehouse as well. Let's do the encounter that doesn't give us a merchant first. See what we get from that. Oh, this looks creepy. Abandoned hospital. Of course it's a fucking hospital. The stone structure of the once renowned St. Diomedes Hospital stands amidst the fog as if lurking in wait. From old newspapers, you know it was abandoned after a series of mysterious patient disappearances back in 1919. Locals swear that at night moans and wet footsteps echo from within. You stand at the entrance, something pulls you inside, as though the hospital itself wants to show you something. We can enter through the main entrance, circle around the building and peek through a broken window, try to find old medical records in a nearby archive, or check the morgue directly. Because that's a great idea, right? Go into the spooky hospital and go straight to the morgue. Let's be bold. We'll just walk right through the front door. You feel the air growing heavier inside. As if you're underwater, the hospital accepts you and doesn't let go. The path to the old operating rooms opens on its own. You walk in and examine scattered scientific papers, but can't shake the feeling that something is watching you. We gain 3 max sanity. Well, that's great, considering I can't use sanity. Wonderful. So that was a complete waste. That was just a turn that did nothing for us. I suppose that's fine. At least it didn't do anything negative. What about this encounter? Oh, it was an encounter with the merchant. Pairs game. You encounter the merchant who shuffles a deck of cards and gives a sly smile. Noticing you, he offers to play a game with him. What a strange place and time for a card game. Is he up to something sinister? And maybe he's just bored. Well, we'll play pairs. Why not? The merchant eagerly invites you over, starts laying out the cards on the table. You think luck's on your side? If you win, the cards are yours. That one. Swamp Ambush and Swamp Ambush. Okay, we got an extra Swamp Ambush immediately. Boiling Blood and Alpha Creature. Okay. Well, we got Boiling Blood and Swamp Ambush from it. Not bad. Could have been better, but could have been worse. For 25, 2 cards is not honestly not bad. I would have played a second hand if he let me. Our fuel is a little on the low side, but I think we'll be okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the refueling station, grab money, and then we'll go to the merchant. Because we have 2 merchants in play here, I feel compelled to make sure we have money. We also have a couple things I'm probably gonna sell, like the increased consumable slot.
Look who's here.
2 random blessings is actually good. We'll keep that. Oh! We can actually get a relic that'll give me 3 random blessings. Mental barrier's pretty good. Oh, the hose is nice too, because you can basically just guarantee yourself free money because every refueling station becomes a money-making spot. And then hotels and warehouses, you could just steal fuel. 1 anger at the beginning of battle. That's not bad. Restore insight at the beginning of every battle. Or a scalpel that heals after dispatching a human, but we'd lose our poison knife, so no. I think I know what I want to do here. We're absolutely buying the horseshoe. Because 3 random blessings is basically 3 of any buff in the game. So that could actually be very big. We're gonna get rid of the 4-leaf clover because we don't really need it. We will also sell the tambourine so we can buy the hose? Or do I risk the other merchant? That's the gamble in my mind right now, is do I want to risk going to the other merchant and see if he has anything better on offer? Or do I just take the hose so I don't need to worry about fuel? I'm gonna risk the other merchant. This is a terrible idea. Because I should have at least waited to sell the things till after we saw that merchant. Oh, there's another refueling station there. We're fine. I can fuck around without having to worry about finding out. I just can't buy the bricks here. As useful as a few more bricks would be. We have over 200, so going to the merchant is a useful call.
Look who's here.
Draw an extra card at the beginning of the hero's turn. Display the options for the entire encounter so we know what everything does. That's pretty good. Gain 15 frenzy after ability use. Apply unstoppable so you can't be stunned. That's not bad, but none of these are like incredible. I do want the strong coffee, I think. Because that's 3 energy. That could save us on a random turn. No, actually, I think I'll buy the Grim Fairy Tales. That'll be more long-lasting useful. Or, we'll give up 11 health and buy the coffee. Just like real coffee, huh? You hurt yourself to drink it so you have the energy you need. Let's do the unknown first, just in case it does something that drains fuel or something. Oh, it's another warehouse. More bricks. Now we'll go to the museum, and then we'll go to the refueling station. So I realized I don't actually have enough money to refuel. It'll be fine. 20% health when visiting the merchant. Draw a card each time you exhaust a card. Block combo increases by 1. Let's draw a card every time we exhaust a card because we have a lot of exhaust. interesting cards here. So I need to take the encounter to try to get money. Because this costs 0, so we can get there. I would love to try to hire allies, but since we have no money, I don't think we can hire allies. I think I hooped myself because I didn't math out properly. The voice in the book. While exploring an old library, you come across a book that catches your eye with its strange symbols on the cover. The moment you open it, the pages begin to rustle and a muffled, incomprehensible voice emerges. Ironically, we would have gotten the book I bought if I did this event before I bought the book. We can't burn it because we don't have a lighter, which, unfortunate, because 10 more health would have been nice. We're actually going to go ahead and take the monster melee because that'll get me money. So this does actually work out. The book lets out a loud sound like a scream, and you hear something moving in the shadows of the library. You rush to your car, but the shadows pursue you. Prepare for a fight. Oh! Yikes. So, 2 fireworm pargs. I see. I don't know the story those come from, and I'm not a fan of what I'm looking at here, because they set me on fire. Or most likely, because they take no damage from burning, and they're fireworms. So I'm assuming the curse it's going to apply to me is going to be burning. Also, our free blessing, 3 extended limbs. So, yeah. I'd say that worked out, at least. Based on this hand and this situation, I almost want to drink the coffee immediately. Just so we can get, like, adaptation up. Yeah. This is the opposite of what I intended this to work out as, but you know what? That's just how it be sometimes. As you can see, though, the extra energy definitely was worth it. Because we just killed the one that was going to set us on fire straight away. We'll go ahead and summon the flies. Because he's blocking, so we don't really have to worry too much about him. Go for demi-human, perfect. That way we get a bit of health for a buffer. And then we draw a kind of useless hand. He's just sitting here and buffing the shit out of himself, though, so that's not the worst thing. So we'll do the same. We will buff up some more, and it'll sort itself out this turn. Yeah, even in human form, we do a lot of damage now. There we go. Nice and easy. And we got a bulb. Apply static charge 3 to targeted enemy. Deals 1 to 3 electric shock damage at the end of turn. Damage is doubled against targets with wet. Sure, why not? This gets us another attack. We'll go ahead and take a claw because it's slightly less damage than Killer Instinct, but it's guaranteed to work. And we've not really been landing in monster form too much. Okay, yeah, we can't go to these places, but we can go here, and we can afford to fuel up, so we're good. Temptation to work a shift is still present. Don't do it. Don't do it. We still don't have money, so let's not go to the brothel yet. The word hire allies implies to me that I'll have to pay them. Let's go do another monster melee instead. See about making up some money. The brothel was added in either the DLC or the update. It was all bundled together. They did separate which was which, but I just don't remember which was which. They were at least clear about that. I just, like I said, I don't remember because I didn't pay super heavy attention to it. These guys are gonna get angrier the more I hit them, and they're moon beasts. I feel like I know something about moon beasts, and it's just not clicking in my brain. Well, this won't be attacking them, so we'll poison them, swap out a human form, and then natural selection. I was gonna do either an attack or a natural selection, depending on what form we ended up in. Since we ended up in monster form, I was actually gonna hold off. It was demi-human I was going to attack in because we could get the regen to counterbalance the fact that he gets stronger. Okay. We have nothing exhausted, so there's no point in drinking water right now. Though I myself will drink water because I need to. These guys are actually kind of a hard counter to me a little bit because I've been focused on turning my claws into multi-attacks. Yeah, see, now he's doing 12. We can swamp ambush though, and at least then we deal damage and get block back. We also got a bunch of aura, by the way, as our freebie. Not as good. Not as good. As you can see, his attack is scaling up rapidly. So it's more important that you focus one of them down in particular if you are going to attack them directly. So that even though it powers up a lot, it'll at least die. Okay, they're both blocking right now. And as much as I would love to keep pressing the attack, let's get an extended limb to help our future attacks, and then summon a bunch of flies to keep that poison train rolling. Because that won't make them any stronger. The extended limb and a little bit of strength helps. I'm just not sure. This is a risky move here, but I think I don't have a choice. Yeah, he's not gonna die to the poison. And that was the part that was the risk. Okay, now he dies to poison. We're fine. And he also is getting electro-zapped a little bit, so he'll drop dead. We are still gonna take some damage here, but the majority of the damage was on the guy who died, so we're fine. I wish this was the tongue attack instead of the spit. The spit is not great here. Natural selection. He is gonna sit here and just build up strength again, but it's fine. At least they're charging our insight for us, so that's helpful. And if anybody doesn't like the sound of those flies, good news, neither do I, but unfortunately, I need to keep using them. Blah, 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 blah. Die. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So that allows us to switch to mad form, but we're not the character that can switch to mad form, so how does that even work? I don't know what that'll do. Chameleon for free isn't bad, we'll take that. We have over 100 now. Maybe we'll be able to afford some help at the brothel. Wow, they are all expensive. On your path, you come across a building that, judging by the multitude of voices, is brimming with life, despite the fact that it's the dead of night. Noticing you, a woman invites you inside. A quick glance at the wide-open entrance where workers and patrons are chatting leads you to conclude that it's a brothel. So we could have gotten a policeman, a fireman, or a medic, but we can't afford any of them because they're all expensive. They all would have been good to have, but unfortunately, way more expensive than I thought. Let's do this monster melee because there's a motel behind it and we can try to heal up a little bit. Oh god, it's the fucking poison things. And we got blessed with sharp teeth. Let's see what happens if we convert to mad form here. Interesting, so it also swapped me to human form to put me in mad form. Interesting. I wanted to see what that would do, and I guess since it... I think I understand. It triggered a form switch? So the game just gave me a form switch. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's exactly how they intended that to work. This may be a case of it was a weird interaction because it's not a character that's supposed to have that ability. Also, I made a very bad miscalculation here. Because I did a greedy move here and it might backfire a bit. We're gonna be close to dying here, but we're not dying immediately, so it should be okay. It's a good thing all three of them didn't attack, or we would have been in trouble. If all three of them attacked... Oh, never mind, we got enough poison that I died anyway. Well, remember when I said I made a bad mistake? Yeah, it was a very bad mistake, as it turns out. See, switching to mad form made me take 50% more damage. The human form effect did not reduce that damage enough. And we just barely did not get our next level. Shame. But now we start every run with a random rare card, so that's good. Let's go back and go to custom mode for a moment and see how that map version of the game plays, because I'm curious about that. There's also a lot of mods that you can apply in custom mode these days, like obviously DLC content on/off. There's a boss rush mode, so only boss cards are available. The final boss will be Cthulhu. You can have a mixed deck of cards from every hero. An endless run, infinite fuel, you're lost as fuck. So basically, you just get 5 random cards every time, it looks like. And you can activate all the construction bonuses is from story mode. So since we got map mode on, it stops us having infinite fuel, lost, and boss rush. Let's go full chaos and have a mixed deck. And we'll give ourselves the edge of having the construction bonuses. And sure, we'll fight Cthulhu if we make it that far. There we go. And it doesn't much matter who we are since we have the mixed deck. So we will be my favorite choice, the Professor. Robert Thorne, that feels right. And mixed deck is on. He has armor by default. He's got the birdcage and the whip. Oh, they meant like every upgrade, not just the upgrades that I had. Okay. I thought it was just gonna activate the ones I had from story mode. But based on all of this, this explains why this removes achievements. That actually makes sense. But we'll keep that reality. So we can get a stab, a mutation, or a claw. Stab gets you bloodlust. Just if it's upgraded. I think I'm gonna keep the claw, because the claws are useful. Some nails are pretty useful. Hide behind the rock could be useful here, but we'll take the nails for AoE. Get angry. Yeah, that does what it says on the tin. We'll go ahead and take that. I am gonna try to take a decent mix of things here. Basically, whatever catches my eye of the pool. Not trying to synergize a specific character's stuff together or anything. Sure, crush the knee could be useful, though it is expensive. Actually, no. Let's take balance, because I have an idea. I want to see if we can actually do form switching, even though we won't have the natural swapping of the abomination. We'll take the bandages because it's blocking and bloodlust. Swearing to get frenzy? No. Just take another claw. We have a way to switch to demi-human, but let's not do that. We'll just take roll-up sleeves. That is a free card, so we'll take hip throw. We do need a blocking card other than just bandages, so we'll take that. It's funny that we're just getting the ducks. We're not getting anybody else's blocking cards, really. This set is not great. I guess we'll take another bandage. That should be all the blocking we need. We have 4 blocking cards. There's Thermal Strike, which I really do enjoy. It is expensive to use, but I'm taking it anyway because it's such a good card. We'll take another claw. Yeah, actually, if I wanted to go for a poison build, things like poisonous fumes could actually be really good. But we're not doing that here. So we'll just take a basic punch. Enlightenment for 1, insight. What else does it do? No. Ooh, evolution. Nice. Reduce cost of the whole deck, sure. And remove some cards. Do I actually remove anything this time? So I do think our current weighting is a little out of alignment. So we'll get rid of 1 duck and we'll get rid of the basic punch. There we go. I know I kept the alignment, but the new alignment within the total is fine. And welcome to how map mode works. We now have a grid to move around on. You can see what the difficulty is, I presume, based on the numbers. And based on how far you're traveling, it'll be how much it costs you. So basically, you have a lot more options. Oh yeah, there we go. It says at the bottom there, or difficulty 1 through 4, difficulty of the battle. You have to beat boss battle 4 in order to win. And we apparently can move around on the map without actually moving. Like, I can scroll around. So there's the fight we need to win over there. The boss battle for the outer world. There's the suburbs boss. So each of the corners has each of the bosses. 1 and 2 being opposite each other is kind of upsetting, but, you know, it's fine. Let's go ahead and grab a museum hit here first, then. Grab a relic. Crown of Hastur restores sanity after each elite and after each boss. 25% discount at the merchant from the coupon, or the death warrant again. Let's take the discount at the merchant, because we should have an easier time getting merchants, if there are any on the map. We also have a suitcase for 5 cards, a fog elixir, which gives a target despair. Wait, no. It will grant despair to us, and will deal damage proportion to our missing health. And our Brotherhood ring is another discount at the merchant, so we actually have super cheap merchant right now. That could be huge if we actually find any merchants. Right now I'm not seeing any, which is potentially a problem. Oh, there's one up there. Okay, so let's work towards that merchant now that we have the merchant giving us super discounts. It's also not too bad a set of fights to get to him from the look of things. Oh, Bloodsucker? Gassed, okay. Oh yeah, we have a default crow thanks to being the professor. Because he starts with his bird cage. This thing does have Imprism 25, so it'll heal for the entire damage dealt, which is upsetting. We do thankfully have armor, so we can armor off the first hit, and then we'll duck the second one. And we'll just claw him. Oh yeah, we have 1 extra energy because of the bonuses we have. And he just keeps on burning if we set him on fire. We got our first level of Bloodlust. We have a humanity meter. Like, there's just so much shit on screen because of mixed deck mode. Just every mechanic is in play at the same time. Yeah, get him, bird. Get strong. Okay, so it just doesn't visibly show a different model. That's what I was curious about, is whether they actually made a monster in a demi-human form for all of the characters or not, which would have been impressive. Oh, I think the random rare card we got was this glass shard. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Hey, you know how he doesn't like getting set on fire? Real shame that he's on fire now, isn't it? Yeah, we'll shank him with the glass shard because we can use armor to take care of the damage he was gonna deal. Because we need to prevent him from dealing damage or he's just gonna steal the health and make himself very hard to deal with. Get mad. And then hip throw the ghast. Hiya! He's gonna die to burning now. So we may as well just play cards. Oh, and the bird killed him too. Get him, little buddy. Oh, we got a spider egg. Hooray. We could restore sanity with electrocute. Because we do have a sanity meter to keep track of now. Or we could get the first aid kit to keep our health up. That just heals steadily more and more. This one does give card draw later. Or we could get Bristle up to start getting spiky. I'm kind of worried about our sanity, so I'll go ahead and take electrocute. We don't have enough money now that we know how much the brothel costs. Ooh, though, we do have a slight issue here. Is we got an Outer World monster melee, a Wilds elite fight, or a Borderlands scuffle to try to get the rest of the way to that merchant. Or we could go around, but it'll take a fair bit of fuel to do that. Getting my insight back wouldn't be the worst idea, though, even before we do that elite, potentially. Just so we have the ability to protect ourselves. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to backtrack down toward the suburb elite over here instead first. Because as much as I want to beeline for that at merchant, I thought it through a little bit more, and fighting tier 2 enemies straight away might be a bad idea. Get our bloodlust rolling, since he's not attacking. Forget what bloodlust does off the top of my head, though. Bloodlust. Cultist gains bloodlust points when attacking an enemy or suffering from bleeding. As bloodlust levels accumulate, enhances certain cards. Okay, yeah, it is only for bloodlust levels listed on cards. It doesn't have a passive effect of any kind. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. Let's go ahead and just freeze him and burn him, because that'll help tick his health along a lot quicker. Go ahead and give ourselves a buff. Chuck the bandages. Doesn't matter what we chuck because we're not playing any of those cards anyway. Thankfully, they're focusing on my bird right now, so I can actually get away with some stuff here. Switch to demi-human form, so we have the regen. Get angry. And just lay into the big guy with everything we got. And electrocute myself a little bit, because we may as well get that sanity back. In fact, summon the spite is... yeah, we're fine. Which, the spider eggs would have been an argument for me moving ahead. Because I could have just used the spider eggs there. But... based on the trouble we're already having with hurting this, I think I made the right call. Yeah, I didn't figure I was gonna get anything that was gonna be too useful. We got a spider on our side now. And we'll strike him again. Evolution again. There we go. Now we're starting to see some effects from that. Roll up our sleeves, throw away balance because we're already in demi-human form. We'll summon some armor. I could have used the suitcase, but I'm saving that for a rainy day, and it's not raining hard enough yet. I also missed a part about this. It's reducing the cost of one card in the whole deck by one. For some reason, I read that as cards in the whole deck by one, and I'm like, ooh, everything is free. Of course, that wouldn't work that way. That'd be way too good. Hindsight being 2020 and all that. Speaking of hindsight being 2020, we're not in a great position at the second. But it's a workable position. Is a chunk of the damage is getting sent to the spider. There we go. He'll die to all the nonsense I did. Very good. We can get the Grim Fairy Tales again, or the photo camera. Apply 2 vulnerable to all enemies at the beginning of hero's turn on a 1 in 4 chance. No, we'll take the Fairy Tales. Little knowledge goes a long way. And we got the Watch with a photo, which gives us back sanity during elites and bosses. That'll help. And let's see, we got nitric acid, defense, and hats off. We'll take the nitric acid because burning and poison together is quite nasty. Upgrade all of our claws and our thermal strike. Do I want more cold or more burning? Cold goes through block. So monsters do take double damage from fire. No, we'll take the increased cold. Depending on what our bosses are, the cold damage might be huge. Okay, looks like you can go back to tiles you visited. We are hurting is the only big problem we have. Yeah, I can only go to a tile that's next to me. That's what I assumed. There's a merchant over here we could go for instead, actually. Yeah, I think that's a better call at this point, after the mistakes have been made. We'll actually go ahead and work at this refueling station. This way we have a lot of money. So fuel does seem actually more important in this mode. What's our encounter got for us? Oh, it's the whole man again. Let's see, we get 6 insight, lose 2 sanity, lose 1 sanity, lose coins, get church bell. So I guess it's always a church bell then. Interesting. I just kind of assumed it was gonna be a random consumable. We'll trade the money for the church bell, sure. Same thing we did before. But church bell's useful, so I'm down for that. We have 314. I'm gonna go ahead and do the monster melee and then go to the merchant. Oh, wait, there was a merchant right there the whole time, right next to where we started. Son of a bitch. Actually, wait, no, we have two 25% discounts. Let's go to the merchant straight up then.
Well.
Yeah, because all of his stuff is real cheap. So. Ooh, water pipe gives static charge on damaging an enemy. Mechanics belt adds 2 more consumable slots. We could get the knight helmet again, but we already have armor. So I think the knight helmet's useless to us. I am grabbing the water pipe. Quartz shard, vinyl record, broken mirror. Having a lightning rod just seems fitting for the professor to have, so we'll grab that too. We will go ahead and give up the watch with the photo. So we have some extra cash. Pistol shot's pretty good. Do I want that? Aura could be nice to have as well. Like, all of these things are pretty nice to get. Keep the hip flask. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the fog elixir because I'm never gonna remember to use it at the right time. In that exchange, then we'll buy the pistol shot.
Do you think come again?
Yes, I do think that will save me. I know that's what he was gonna say. So based on that result, I'm looking around to see where refueling stations are before I commit pathing. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into this monster melee. I know there's a refueling station right next to us, but I'm not worried about that one. We'll do this melee, then we'll do the encounter, then we'll do the scuffle that was up and left of it that are all tier 1s. You guys are tier 1, huh? Okay. Get struck by lightning, nerd. We'll go ahead and drink our hip flask immediately because we wanted the health. Get angry. Throw the nails since they'll be boosted and they static charge everything. So it all works out for us. It's evolution, baby. There we go. I'm trying to kill them quick again because yep, they're gonna set me on fire. Oh, the burning, the burning, the pain, the burning. Oh, this is a maxed out pistol shot. For some reason, I didn't even realize that. So that is the path I wanted for it anyway, so that works. Bang. So he'll die to the electricity now, more than likely. They're not attacking right now, they're buffing up. We're gonna electrocute, throw you, and claw you. This way we start stacking up electricity on him. Oh, the block triggered before the electricity. This was a horrible misunderstanding. Well, this is awkward. Demi-human for the regen. Flash shard will kill him. That sure is a sound they make when they die, huh? Now you do no damage. Get mad. Throw more nails. Just play all the cards because he's gonna die anyway. There he goes. Just keep working on getting card upgrades. Ooh, razor. Just make an enemy bleed, sure. Close eyes, which gives us fearless. Dodge. Actually, yeah, dodge is probably the one I want. Dodge is a really good card to have. Upgrade the nails, upgrade the get angry. Upgrade my sleeves. I would rather the strength. Hip throw stronger, make claws better. Evolution. Okay, so it focuses it down more. Interesting. So it starts off by next turn it reduces the energy cost of something in the deck by 1. Then it reduces the energy cost of something in your hand next turn by 1. And then it reduces the energy cost of something in your hand the turn it's used. I feel like evolution might have been a mistake. Let's just raise the damage threshold on Glass Shard, because that's probably the best choice I have at the moment. Because I can't rely on them being at low health. You are in counter. Oh, it's a library of some kind again. Riddles. In the library of a local university, behind a false wall, you see a secret room. Inside, only a single shelf with books that do not exist in any catalog, and a table with parchment on it, with words cut out. Go inside, chance to win various bonuses, or do nothing. We may as well go in. You step inside the secret room. There's almost no light. You examine the books on the shelf, then you freeze, feeling someone's gaze. From the darkness behind you, a voice speaks and asks a riddle. You have 2 attempts to give the correct answer in the language of your localization without articles. For a correct answer, you receive a random bonus. For an incorrect one, a random penalty. I can endure eternity, but I shatter with a single touch of truth. What am I? Well, it's a lie, is what it is. Ta-da! Wow, we got 2 pieces of equipment from that, apparently. Nifty. I don't really want the monster eggs, because my water pipe is kind of nice. But then again, no, but that's only beginning of battle. Yeah, we'll leave that behind. If that was like Parasite on hit or something, I would have taken that in a heartbeat. And don't get me wrong, spawning spiders that help me is actually pretty good. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this scuffle like I was planning. It's a farmer and his friend, the mobster. The farmer is already basically dead. He was probably just gonna get shot by this mobster before. And they decided I was a better mutual opponent. There you go, have some fire and poison. I'm sure your blessing will help you so much against all of that. 4 strength, huh? You know what? Maybe your blessing helped a lot, actually. Bang, bang. Me and my crazy electric bullets. So anyway, he just kind of died. The scalpel would be nice, but it's the same problem of we'd be trading off our static charge item here. Third Eye restores 1 insight if the hero's in mad form at the beginning of turn. That'd be great if I had a means of turning into mad form, but I don't. We'll take a swing instead. With 197 and all the discounts we have, we'll go ahead and hit this merchant now too. I could have tried the tier 3 fight underneath me, but I didn't want to risk that right now.
Look who's here.
So, recover 2, gain 2 dexterity, that's useful. We can get at some piercing damage, which is good. Oh, gain frenzy with a bonus power from the round shield. Each scuffle gives us a consumable from the magnifying glass. That's a really good one as well. Leather jacket giving 15 block at the beginning of a fight's good. We probably want the police pants, because they're not only are they really cheap, but 1 energy when I clear an enemy will help a lot, because we can potentially chain clear. And I will take ambush. Here we go.
Come again.
That should help a bit.
If you don't die.
Now, unfortunately, I did put myself in an awkward position here, because we're gonna have to backtrack unless I want to fight a tier 3 fight. Well, no, actually, I can go to the motel and then go up this way. Yeah, that'll work. We don't want to go to the brothel because we have no money really to speak of, so that doesn't help anything. 50 health is not bad. I think we might be in decent shape here. So let's do something bold. Let's do a tier 3 monster melee. Because this can't possibly backfire on me, right? Right. Oh, it's 5 of the poison things that I hate. I have so much regret right now. I don't know if I have the words for how much I regret my life choices right now. Just pour out a bunch of bleeding for them. Well, nothing for it but to get started. I just gotta be careful how much poison I take. I'm gonna end up burning all my insight just to get through this. It's a real shame I have nothing that interacts with all that bloodlust we get. Get regen to balance out the poison. Yeah, this could work. Shoot him first. Now, I think he's below 35%. Nope, he wasn't. On the bright side, we have a lot of block. So they won't be getting through us yet. We haven't started losing health to the poison yet, but our bird's gone and we still have 3 of them left, so it's not ideal. Take a swing. Chuck some nails. Unfortunately, that did count as hitting all of them because I did hit all of them, so we got 3 poison from that. Let's set the one with the most health on the most fire we can. There we go. I know they're immune to poison, but the burning should take care of that pretty quick, because they take double damage from fire. Regen is helping a little bit. That's a lot of damage. Now it isn't as much, but we are still gonna get hurt. I'm gonna use the suitcase. Get angry. If we hip throw, we are gonna poison ourselves again. But we do stand the chance of killing one of them, which then blocks the cursed attack. So I think that's our best choice. And we did get 1 energy back, so we can roll up our sleeves as well, which will further reduce the damage taken. Okay. I think we're okay. It's not the ideal scenario, but nothing involving fighting these things would be an ideal scenario. The nails would actually be ineffective here, because this guy's gonna burn to death already anyway. So it would actually be more poison than we need to take. Actually, no, the nails will kill both now, so there we go. Some scissors so we can remove cards. You know, that's a great way to remove cards from your deck, right? Just chop them up. Bulwark's not bad. It is not very effective. I would not mind actually being able to summon spiders, so we'll summon a spider. Just more block. Bloodlust points don't help us right now because we have nothing that interacts with that. Thanks to the power of mixed deck making this entire thing a mess. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the motel, heal again, go to a level 1 elite, then go to the merchant. And then we'll refuel. Because presumably we'll have money left. And if we don't, well, we'll figure out what we do instead then. I could try the Wilds elite as well. We'll see how the tier 1 fight goes first. If it goes really well, we'll do the second tier fight as High Shoggoth. Honestly, that's not that bad. It takes reduced damage, but that's okay. Honestly, based on this hand, just nitric acid. Just set him on a lot of fire. We will take a hit here, which is not great, but... Oh, right, he poisons as well. I did forget that he does poison. Summon our spider. He's doing weird things to me, so we'll just go ahead and hit him. I don't have any insight to use for defense is the biggest problem we're gonna have right now. Yep, you've perplexed me. You sure did, honestly. Ow. Wow, this is a dog shit hand. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Go ahead and toss away the perplex. We can't use this because our sanity's still full. This is why I was on the fence about taking electrocute. We've just not lost any sanity since we got it, so it's been more or less useless. Great, a damage booster with no attack cards. Oh, just play every card in my hand. I have no reason not to. Sanity damage always seemed way more dangerous in this game. And yet, for some reason, it's not been. We can get sharp teeth for every time we get hit, or max fuel. Let's take the fuel canister, actually, so I don't have to worry about getting to that. That's... Oh, no, that's for saving energy, and I don't save energy. Randomize the energy cost of all cards in the whole deck. Restore 1 insanity. Sure. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? We'll go ahead and take the vulnerability, and we'll leave that magic wand behind. As tempting as the path of magic always is, it's not a good idea in this case. We didn't take a ton of damage there, but it's still not a great idea to take on that tier 2, I think, at the moment. What I might do, though, is after we hit up the merchant, we'll go merchant, museum, boss fight. Take out the tier 1 boss while we're over here, so we don't have to come back out to this corner. It's a risk, but I think it's a worthwhile risk. These cards are not great. Ooh, the meat hook. Apply vampirism 5 to the hero at the beginning of any battle. That's worth more to me than the water pipe. Here, take that. Give me that. This way we have a means of keeping our health up. Ooh, regen at the beginning of any battle as well, sure. And we can get the Tesla coil so we have a lightning strike ability as well, but I don't really see that being that good. I will grab the runestone now though, and we can focus on monster melees now, because we'll have a benefit in them. I think we're good. I think we're good otherwise here.
Come again.
It's a shame that this game doesn't let you reroll shops. If I could reroll that shop, I could do just such wonderful things. Actually hitting the asylum might not be a bad idea in the loop we're planning to do too. This way we get insight before we do the boss fight. Yeah. It'll delay the move a little bit, but it's fine. This way we have 5 hits of extra defense when we need it. We'll go get our fuel refilled, because we have spare money left over after that merchant. And And we do have an expanded tank, so it's worth it on an extra layer too, because they don't increase the cost, it seems. Oh wait, they didn't even charge me for that. Huh. Never mind. Guess I was worrying about nothing. And we get our free upgrade when we go here thanks to the clover. And let's get ourselves another relic. The rope, which gives us an equipment slot. Teeth necklace, which gives max health but reduces sanity. Or we can shock therapy ourselves with Freud's book and restore sanity. Let's not do that. We do have a decent amount of sanity that's not been getting hit that much. The teeth necklace isn't a bad idea. But I think I'm actually going to take the equipment slot so we can leverage another piece of gear. This gear is quite useful in this game, as you probably have noticed. So boss fight time. I'm a little worried going into a boss fight with half health, but... Oh, it's you again. Okay, this might be okay. We do have the demi-human form regen, so we're actually kind of okay. Go ahead and discard the take a swing because it won't help here. Go ahead and throw the fire on him. I'm tempted to do the randomize right now, but let's not do it yet. We kind of have controls so far, so let's not throw that away. Tuck and roll, tuck and roll. It's kind of weird, the situation we have with the way this deck's laid out, where we actually have too much energy most turns. Except turns like this, where everything costs 1 and 3, so we can play a claw and something else. Let's take a drink and see if that changes. You know what? That works, because now I can play the 2 better cards. Summon the spider and set him on fire. There we go. It all works out. Never punished for my shenanigans. Evolution's free, so we'll just go ahead and play that. It did make my ambush cost more, which is unfortunate, but it's still an entirely playable hand. And now we've got our own little bunch of allies to fight his little bunch of allies. Oh good, our pistol shot didn't get made more expensive. We can electrocute ourselves for free. The bandage is bad right now, but that's okay. Go ahead and just lifesteal off of this thing dying. We'll go ahead and claw, because that'll set him up. And we'll just use our insight to protect ourselves. So yeah, this really was not anywhere near as dangerous a fight as I was worried it was gonna be. Oh, he ate his kid. Huh. You know, that is a strategy, I guess. That does legally count as a strategic move. Not sure it was the strategic move for him, but you know what? You do you. This does, however, give me another reason to get rid of these things. Because I forgot that it can just consume them when needed. I did that out of order. Oh well. The stat buffs are more important than keeping the 1 more card. Okay, I can play this entire hand out. I know I'm splitting my damage, but remember, we do need to clear everything that's on the field out, so it is worth splitting it to a certain degree. My damage boosters being increased is unfortunate. But this will do the same thing that those damage boosters would have done. Yeah. That'll reduce his block by the same amount he would have lost at the end of the turn. Oh, the spider was attacking him. Yeah, I should have actually did that so I could kill the Dark Young, but it's fine. Evolution. Roll up my sleeves. We'll throw away the balance that doesn't do anything. Yeah, because my allies will take care of his ally, so continuing to chew on his health bar is good. But that's the problem, is he was just going to resummon them anyway. Let's make that whole situation stop. That was an inefficient kill, but with it gone, it can't summon anymore. And we actually gained health in this exchange because of the regen and the vampirism. So really, I think I was worrying over nothing. This old man's stronger than he looks. Oh, I wondered why all my cards grayed out. It's because the thing died. We can gain more sanity with the brain. Ooh, Goblet of Blood. Decrease max sanity by 2, but gain Vampirism 3 at the beginning of any battle. So we'll have Vampirism 8 if we take that. Or just get health in every elite or boss fight. Nah, give me a Goblet of Blood. We will embrace our inner vampire. The Ruby Ring we don't need because the Brotherhood Ring is more helpful to us. Evasion is 8 is good. 1,000 cuts, repeatable, add 2 bleeding to all enemies. That's actually pretty good. Cut off a limb. Reduce 1 positive status by 1 for targeted enemy. Deal damage. Boiling Blood would be good if we actually had human or monster form, but we don't have either of those. So we'll take the 1,000 cuts. And I was complaining about having energy left over, so that'll solve that problem. Just keep making our thermal strike stronger. 4 defense twice is great. Keep getting angrier. Max out our roll-up sleeves. Keep pushing the glass shard up. Ambush just goes up to 10 attack. That's fine. You would think we could wear more than 1 ring, but you know. You know the rules about magic rings. You can only have so many or the magic unbalances and does like blows your arm off or something. Upgrade our Spoiter. And another relic. The Clay summons Brick at the beginning of hero's turn, 50-50 chance. Hose or the Deadeye. Let's go ahead and grab the... You know what, for fun, we'll grab the Brick. We must remember Lord and Savior Brick from Gunfire Reborn. Always throw Brick. Throw Brick solves everything. Mysterious Organism restores health, sanity, or insight. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get into a nice big scuffle. Doing the tier 3 one might be a mistake. But I'm feeling bold. Oh my god, it's 3 goons and a madam. Uh-oh. Behold the Brick. Hiya! I should have buffed up first, but it was too funny to just immediately open the fight with a brick to the face. Okay, we're doing decently. We opened pretty well there. We'll go ahead and oil up and then block a little bit. This way we're guaranteed to tank the damage of one of them and hopefully we'll dodge the other one. Ow. Ow, didn't dodge either of them. And everything's gonna target me, which is fine. We receive Brick again. Here you go, lady. Have another Brick. We are gonna take a lot of damage here. So, block, block. There we go. We'll take 2. That's fine. 3 hits of 1,000 cuts, so everybody gets 6 bleed. And remember, bleed doesn't reduce in this game, so they're just gonna sit there and have a bad time. Wow, she does not like my bird, apparently. Which is great for me, because the bird's toxic, so... just ruined her whole day, deciding that bird must die. This will get rid of you, but most anything I do will get rid of you, won't it? No, it won't, actually. So yeah. Remove her from contention. See if hip throw gets me something I can use. Oh, that'll help. There's a lot of damage coming our way, is the thing. This guy's the one being attacked by our allies, so let's go ahead and vulnerable him, even though he's the one with block, because my allies are a little dumb. But we have a full health bar to tank this attack with, so it'll be mostly okay. Ow, ow, ow. That is my bones. That is, in fact, all of my bones. We dodged a decent amount of that, I think, because we have full health again, so... I don't know, but the... Oh yeah, it's endless, so it didn't decrease. Yeah, okay. I was like, I thought it decreased when you dodged, but it was still full, and I was very confused. Ow, my bones. Yeah, this is going way better than I could have expected it to, honestly. But that's the power of all this vampirism we have. And the power of brick. We have 2 bricks now. 1 brick, 2 brick, and you are still a prick. Die. Go explode him, attack him through his block. And this fight is over. Bang. I should have used surveillance just so it got another point before I did that, but it's fine. We get a wrench. Well, we don't have anything for the pocket slot, so sure, we'll grab that for now. First blood. If target has full health, then apply 5 poison to targeted enemy and 12 damage. No. We get the Tommy gun. Is why wouldn't we? We have a lot of energy, so something like that's actually useful. And since we're at full health, we have no use for the mysterious organism, so we're gonna go do more fights. But since the ad is theoretically running, it seems to be stuck on ad starting soon on my side for some reason. But I'm not really gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna assume the ad is running, and I'm gonna step away for a quick second, because I need a bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, it did actually get its act together and the ad did eventually run. Okay, that's fine. Now then, back to business. Considering we got through a tier 3 scuffle just fine, and we have the potential heal right here, I mean, then again, I could just get insight back from it instead. Now, I think we skip over the wild scuffle and we just go to the monster melee. And then, condition dependent, we go up to the mysterious organism, and then we make our way to the merchant that I was originally going to back when we started this run. That seems like the best call. Oh, it's just 3 of you instead of 2 of you this time. Get struck by lightning. You in particular, receive brick. Why him? I don't know. I also could have buffed that brick up a lot if I had actually paid attention, but it's fine. It's a little concerning that they're all buffing themselves up, but it'll be fine. And we received another brick. Bang, 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 bang. Wow. The Tommy gun got a double kill. Look at that. Wow, we are hitting way harder than I think we are, huh? We just shredded those things suddenly. Let's see. Play balance. Play surveillance. Play the spider egg. Play the bandage. Finish him with a brick. Clink. That sound it makes is just so satisfying. Just clink. Any come for 3 flies? Sure. Ooh. Deal 5 damage to random enemies 3 times. That's cheaper than the Tommy gun, but basically the same results. If. Oh, okay. We switch to demi-human form and we gain 1 health. That's the entire upgrade tree for balance. That's fine. So basically nothing happened in that encounter. Let's see if we can get insight back here, though. Or if it's random. Ha. That sure is a thing. Place of power. Wandering through the strange world, you come across a bizarre organism. It secretes a thick fluid from its orifices, occasionally releasing colorful vapors or perhaps spores, and closer to the ground, some kind of fruit dangles from it. Fruit looks weirdly like hot dogs, and I don't know what to do with that information. Okay, we have to make trades for this, though. Well, that's fine. We got plenty of sanity. We'll take that in order to have our insight recharged. And we'll go ahead and do this tier 1 monster melee to get to the merchant. And we might... Depending on how much money we have left over after the merchant, we might go to the brothel afterwards and see if we can pick up an ally. Though, based on the fact that I keep having a bird and a spider with me all the time, I don't really know if we have room for an ally. You know, for it being a 50-50 chance to get a brick, we really do get a lot of those bricks, huh? Shoot him and refund the energy used. Thermal strike that one. They're already on fire, but now they're more on fire. So, we win. That fight really lasted a while, huh? Our claws attacking twice have made a very big difference. Fire poker. You know, we do set enemies on fire a lot, so here, have a fire poker. You get the feeling we might be getting a little bit powerful. I'll give you a hint, we really aren't. We have 400, so let's hit the merchant, then we might hit the elite or the brothel, depending on the monetary situation.
Look who's
Ooh, ice pick. We can get that in order to apply cold. Tap shoes. 20% chance to get dexterity every time you block. Not bad. Bunch of keys gives you an extra card at the start of the turn. Or you can get endorphins at the start of any battle from the shawl. But that takes up the slot of the Brotherhood ring, so that's not happening. Ooh, well, we're buying the Tomahawk because we have a 1 in 4 chance of getting a free relic at the end of every monster melee, and we already have something that makes us better at monster melee in the form of the Rune Stone. So we've got something good going there. We would have to give up our police pants for the tap shoes, so that's not happening. Yeah, no, we have too much to lose for most of these, actually. So this shop is not that great. We'll grab the fishing net, though, because it basically means our armor effect is now 10 instead of 6. Because every ability use gives you 4 more. So that definitely works. And we have 250, so we can go hire us an ally.
you don't die.
Assuming it doesn't just roll a higher price or something. We've only been to one of these once, so we don't know entirely what it does. Nope, it seems to be static 250. I don't know what they're gonna do. We don't really need the healing, so I don't think we want a medic. So it becomes a choice between a policeman or a fireman. I almost feel like we want the fireman just to see if he'll set things on fire, even though that seems like the opposite of what a fireman would do. They do understand how to do a controlled burn most of the time. I can't decide, so coin, help me make this decision. Heads, it's policeman, tails is fireman. Okay, we're getting the fireman. It was meant to be. So he'll just be with us every fight until he dies now. Which clearly means we need to do the level 4 elite. No, absolutely not. Let's do the level 2 first. Test the waters a bit. See how effective he is. Then we'll potentially do the tier 4. Oh, it's just a Shoggoth. Oh, he has Despair immediately for some reason. Okay. And he's just got an axe. He's immediately a lot less exciting than I hoped he would be. He does have a lot of health, though. Oh, and he starts with some block. And he's immune to fire. So he's got some good stuff going for him. Get angry. Shoot things. A brick. A poker. And, yeah, job's done. I've ruined this thing's whole day. And then it's gonna make me a little upset. Restore a bit of sanity. We are gonna take a nasty hit here and get cursed, but it should be okay. Oh, bird's dead. Oh yeah, the curse on that was just poison. That's not great, but it's fine. Predator. That's a neat sound. Anyway, he loses. Oh, the fireman can set things on fire. Perfect. I was right. I assume the policeman probably would be doing like a lot of shooting and guarding and punching. Ooh, thick-skinned, innate, so you don't take any bleed. Well, navigation's useless to us, so yeah, it's the first aid kit. We're now bleed-proof. Every time our sanity gets attacked, we remove the negative status. Yeah, I think that is better than the 4-leaf clover. Besides, it's a top hat. Why wouldn't I want that? Ooh, receive 10 damage through block, restore 3 sanity. We might still need to accept that. I don't particularly want any of these. No, we're just gonna reject that one. That's the first card I'm gonna be rejecting because it's either useless or things I really don't want. So. I think we hit the unknown and then we... No. No, we don't, because we have other bosses left to get rid of first. It does say defeat boss battle 4, so technically we might be able to rush this and just go for him. But we are fighting Cthulhu, so we probably should prepare as much as humanly possible. And then beyond that. So let's go ahead and clear all the boss fights then. Let's do it that way. We'll just drive back through territory we've been through a little bit here. Get our car refueled. Yeah, see, it's just free to refuel. It's crazy. It's impossible to argue with free fuel. And we're going to focus on as many monster melees as I can because we get the potential of a free reward. Power brick is on our side. I could brick in 1,000 cuts. So they're not bleed immune. They are going to get mad when I throw a brick at them. Shocking concept, I know. Something gets upset when you throw a brick in their face. Actually, no, we're not gonna use the brick at all. And we are gonna weaken our 1,000 cuts a little bit. But I think that's a better idea. This way we're buffed up a little bit too. And it also means that that 7 damage gets blocked completely instead of us taking a hit there. So many bricks. Okay, this time it's worth it. With that much boosting behind it, that was very clearly worth it, though they now have a lot of strength. The good news is it's still all distributed among my allies, so we can kill the one that I've buffed up. I just kind of need to pick up the pace here or my fireman might die. He's kind of getting his teeth kicked in here. He's doing a great job, though, of tanking for me. Now that does, like, no damage. Make you vulnerable first. Now, I think we just set you on fire, actually, yeah. There you go. Enjoy that. We will throw 1 brick at you, just to ensure that the damage you take is more significant. Oh, good, you set him on more fire. Thank you. Balance in all things. Yeah, if we jab him with the poker, he dies, so we'll do that. Summon a spider, because we do have space for more than 2 allies, I forgot. Okay, this one's attacking everybody, so it's a good thing it's dying. Oh wow, he just straight up killed the other one. Look at him go. He was smart enough to target the one that wasn't about to just burn to death. Look at him. He's a hero. Gas lamp for 2 fearless. Nah, I'm good. Well, actually, no, I have not been using these scissors. We'll take that just in case. Hide in shadows, gain block, gain dexterity. That's pretty good. Regrouping, gain block, reduce vulnerability, but we don't really tend to get that. Reach 5 cards in the draw pile, gain 1 strength, though. That would be 5 strength if we get it at the well, no, even if we get it at the beginning, it won't be 5. It'll probably be 4. Some of those cards will be in our hand. That's pretty tempting, though. And the amount changes. Ooh. Hide in shadows, though, is also really good. Now, we're taking the crime board. We're going power mode here. We are just in full crush, kill, destroy mode. I'm not even gonna bother with the tier 1 scuffle. That's just gonna be a waste of health, probably. Tier 4 monster melee could be bad, but we're doing it. I'm getting as many of them as I can in the hopes of getting those free relics. What the? Oh, they're just tripods. Okay, they've got over 100 health, so that's concerning. Also, our fireman is definitely dying, because I forgot, since he's a static entity, unlike the bird that gets resummoned, his health stays. So, he's just gonna die now. It's a real shame. Oh, they gain dexterity every time they get hit. That's annoying. But yeah, I don't really have a way of healing him. So he gonna die. Some of the flies. Go, my flies. Whoa, flies be upon ye. Actually, wait, I can armor him. There we go, that'll keep him alive. Because the thing is, I can armor him and I still get block because of the relics I have. So we can ensure that he lasts a bit longer. He's not gonna last super long. Because I only reduced the damage he took. I didn't remove it completely, but... Okay, yeah, he's blocking for himself now. And these guys aren't attacking, so we're kind of okay for the second. So let's go ahead and... Evolution, and then set this guy on a bunch of fire. Why him? He's got the most health. And that offends me. I keep looking at my bloodlust level and going, oh god, my health disappeared. It's in the same spot that the health bar usually is. So it just keeps low level freaking me out every time. Frick. I know it would have been better to get the strength buff before attacking, but I would have ended up having to discard one of the cards I used instead. So we'll just keep the strength for next turn. And our fireman is about to die. So we'll definitely be hiring a new friend soon. You know, as long as they don't hear what happened to the last guy and don't work for me, that'd be a bit of a problem. It's like, hey, didn't Joe go out with you? Well, yeah, but, you know, things happen to Joe. Well, what kind of things? Well, this weird eyeball thing shot him with a laser and he kind of melted. You want me to work for you? Uh-huh. How much are you paying? Couple dollars? Yeah, we kind of got an apocalypse to stop. Now, you might think, because there's an apocalypse incoming, I'd be willing to pay more to make sure that that didn't happen. But, you know, I got expenses to get through. That's not going to do enough damage. But I do have the Tommy gun and Predator, so this will work out, actually. So Predator first. So that kills. And then the Tommy gun, all for him. And that's the other thing, is I was going to get Frenzy off the attacks there, so I knew that was going to work. Oh. Well, we have the life buoy now, I guess. Oh. We now have the crab trap, which we get from completing the collection. So now we get natural selection at the beginning of every turn, which is actually really useful if I get mad form. That'll allow us to ignore the 50% extra damage taken from mad form. 3 strength. Ooh, steal half of an enemy's block. Ooh, that's actually really good. But at cost 3, no. Liquid nitrogen would be really good as well, because it keeps getting better and you can actually make it an AoE cold. But the free strength from Brass Knuckles, man. The free strength. That's just too good. You can't argue with basically free thing. Like, it's not literally free, but it may as well be free. Let's go ahead and get our insight back, and then we'll go fight some more monsters. I think our fuel is getting low, isn't it? Oh no, our fuel's high. It blinked when I clicked, so since I couldn't read it as it faded out, I got concerned. How do I have so much fuel left? We drove, like, across the map. Whatever, why am I worrying about it? And remember, these guys don't lose fire damage, so they'll just keep burning. As long as the world keeps turning. They are going to heal themselves, and they are going to lifesteal on me, though, which is annoying. Joke's on them, though. I can just block for yes. Sure, it burns all that insight I just got, but fuck them. No healing for them. Oh right, they can bite each other, though, and pass health around. I forgot that that's a thing they do. Another brick. Get angry. Throw bricks. Oh no. Before we throw a brick, we look at him real carefully, learn where his weakness is, and then we throw a brick at his monster balls. There we go. And then he died somehow. Real shame for him. The fact that they get really good returns on their lifesteal is very annoying. One of them is going to get health back, which is upsetting, but... Actually, no, he'll burn before he gets a chance to get health back. Perfect. All according to my cunning scheme. Which, if I could plan out that well, honestly, I'd be doing way better at basically everything I do, probably. There we go. We win. I might have gotten a little too strong. Oh, right, I don't have any room for lipstick. That's fine. Leave it behind. We'll go ahead and take Cut Off a Limb this time. Oh yeah, that only benefits if they have trauma. Let's take 2 cards on that. Which, you know, benefiting if they have trauma is a hell of a sentence. But it's true. No relic that time. We got 2 more monster melees to get at relics from before we get down into the thick of things down there. We already have a lot of relics and a lot of stuff going on. Oh, these weird things. These are what the progeny turn into. They become elder things. And get all spiky and upsetting. We're also attacking a lot, which is not really something I'm a fan of here, really. I hope that one enjoys burning a lot. Because that's what it's going to be doing. Burning a lot. No point. I was debating throwing some cold on him too, just to make sure he dies quickly. Right, because the thing with these is they do spores. And once the brick's out of the way, I'll explain spores. Once there's 4 stacks of it, I'll take 10 damage and it'll make another progeny for them. Because that's how they reproduce. They just spore things. And I am chewing myself up trying to kill these things. Knock one of the spiky off of him. Kill the other one. That sure was a noise it made, huh? Just... Thankfully, they're gonna die before they get enough spores off. Eat brick, evildoer. So of course I had to hit him with the brick. I could have hit him harder and gotten better results, but it was funnier this way. Ooh, Vandercraft generator. Deal 1 to 30 electric shock damage to something. Remember, though, that we have constant natural selection. So we can get the toxicity and the extra energy without the all damage increased by 50%. Let the voices in. Let the voices win. Don't actually do that. It's very rarely a good idea. We don't need to go to the motel right now. So next monster melee. We are gonna waste a lot of turns on the way back. Oh great, it's the same fight but with one more little bastard. Good thing you're all going to burn equally then, huh? Speaking of little bastards, here, look, I have one too. On the bright side, no matter what happens, the burning will eventually take them. Bang. And thankfully we now have enough vampirism and regen and such going that we can just overcome the spikiness. Especially if they're wasting their time attacking the respawning minions that I have. Predator. Nom 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 nom. Oh, we wasted one of the attacks on a dying enemy though. That's the thing that's unfortunate with the random enemy attack moves in this game, is enemies don't die until the attack ends, so it can just target the wrong thing and target a corpse, essentially. Oh, we can summon a policeman. Sure. But get rid of the pills that will hurt me. There you go. Draw 2 cards next round. Repeatable, gain 3 block. Or the free alpha creature. Let's take the free alpha creature. Why not? We didn't get to use that at all when we were the abomination. We have a lot of money, but unfortunately I think I did use up all the merchants that are on the map, didn't I? I sure did. So I guess we'll swing the long way around, go to the brothel that I left behind over here, grab either a fireman or a policeman later. Let's go ahead and hit the encounter, then we'll hit the elite fights. Oh, it's pairs? Pairs. Sure, I'll play your game. Why not? Best part is these could be any cards. Grenade? Thermal strike. Okay. 1,000 cuts. 1,000 cuts. Okay. And another thermal strike for me. And... oh, right, I didn't get a third card because I failed one of them. I'm actually gonna reject the other 1,000 cuts, though. I don't need 2 of them. I will take the other thermal strike, though. Because having 2 repeatable attacks in the deck could lead to a bad situation where you don't get to use them. Do I do the elites before the boss or after the boss? Let's go ahead and just do the boss fight. This way I don't have to backtrack at all. Oh, it's Dagon. Okay, that's fine. He is immune to burning, though, which is going to be mildly annoying. But he is double damage to ice, like these ice cubes that I'm carrying. In fact, you know what? Here you go, buddy. Enjoy some ice cubes. Just cool your drink. What do you mean you don't have a drink? Here, I'll just drop them on your head. And the best part about him bringing minions is I can actually just use them as energy sources. So this works out for me. Frick. So, let's see. Bad form? As you can see, he's going a little wild now. Unfortunately, we don't get the energy immediately. But it didn't look like we took extra damage. I wasn't actually watching properly. Get a refund on that one. We'll put more cold on him. I used the more expensive one because it was the one that added more cold. Swing. Prime board. Yeah, 3 more strength is pretty nifty. Nice, we got a refund. And we throw Dagon because, you know, as you do, you just take an in giant Elder God and just throw him over your shoulder, just hi-ya, right across the field. No, my bird. We could hit him with 10 bleed. We can't cut off his positive status because the only positive status he has is innate. We are gonna go ahead and restore a little bit of sanity. Because right now he's gonna block, so we actually have a little bit of free and clear time there. And then we'll make him bleed. We'll make him bleed his own blood. Do Elder Gods even have blood? I guess they have to, because I have to be bleeding something out of him. Huh. Things to think about. Oh, okay. You can only be in one form at a time, so by going into demi-human form, I can pull myself out of mad form. That's actually really good information to have. Okay. Good to know. We stack up so much strength. This is ridiculous. This is so over for him. First, we get angry, and then we alpha creature him. Is why not kill him for free? Ooh. Snake Tooth. Apply fast metabolism to the hero at the beginning of any battle, so we don't take poison damage. Star of David. If you have 50% health or less, summon clay golems at the beginning of any battle. That's pretty neat. Or we can summon Progeny. Ooh, they're all really good, but I'm taking the Snake Tooth because we are now immune to poison and immune to bleed. So a lot of the things that normally kill me can't hurt me now. This card's effect is ignored each time a card is of the type Curse is played. So a 30% chance for curses not to hurt me. Nah, we're good. Opium, Electrocute, and Toxic Tongue. No, I think I'm leaving this one behind, because we don't really need to switch to regular form, because we barely even have a way of turning into mad form. And we have demi-human to take us out of mad form anyway now. Max out that thermal strike. Ooh, okay, Predator just goes up to 6 and then 7. Nothing too exciting, but still helpful. That is 2 bosses down now. Now to start cleaning up elites and monster melees on our way to the next boss. Get a load of this thing! The hunting horror as it gets struck by lightning a bunch. That's a cool design. I like this thing. It's very serpentine, which is the least part of it, I would say. Like, there's a lot of serpentine things in this world, including things with weird tendrils all over it. Oh, opponents can't restore HP in any way. Huh. Oh, that's a shame for me, isn't it? Just gonna pay attention to that and remember to actually block then. And we're just gonna put on Shell. Good thing I paid attention to that one. That could have been really bad. Oh, it also gains strength, right. Police. Oh, neat. The policeman cannot be bled. Good for him. He also doesn't lose block. Also good for him. I'm not gonna attack again because this is about to be really bad for me. I have made mistakes. Okay, not as bad as it could have been. Definitely not as bad as it could have been, but ooh, that had scary concepts written all over it. Okay, it's gonna buff itself here. Oh, it got weakened. That's why it didn't just rip me a new one. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so glad I summoned the policeman. It's a shame we're not gonna have him after this fight, I don't think. But you know what? Sometimes the police can do the good things, as it turns out. This thing is getting so much strength, and I am not, and I hate that. Oh, good. Now it has endorphins going, which means it gains 3 charge points every turn, too, now. I love that for him. Go a little wild. Unfortunately... Oh, wait, no, he's attacking my sanity, so I think I keep those charge points. I think you only lose them on physical attack. So next turn, I might be able to do some real work here. Yeah, he's gonna hit for 20, which is not great. And I drew Bubkiss for actual attacking cards. Great. Well, summon the spider. Throw him in the hopes of getting a better card. Really wish I'd gotten that claw sooner. We'll still do a lot of damage to him, but he is going to steadily get way stronger as well, which is bad for me. I'll take 6, which is fine. My allies are going to get rinsed, though, which isn't great. Do I even have any negative statuses on me? Hang on, let me check the novel I have going on here. I have trauma. That's it. That's fine. We can work around that. Why did everybody get 7 block? Well, it doesn't matter. Draw pile currently has a decent amount, so sure, crime board. Anger is endless and not innate, so I can knock the... Oh, but the endorphins are gonna get in the way. Damn it. Well, he's gonna die here in a second anyway, so it doesn't much matter. Scatter nails on his corpse. All things considered, we came out of that reasonably well. We are not taking the fur coat. Absolutely not. Because the second I take that, we're going to encounter something that sets me on fire. I just know it. We might encounter something that does cold instead, which might be bad, but it's fine. We'll take the Art of War. Get 10 bucks after dispatching a monster. That would be nice, but I don't want to give up my brother. Well, actually, we can give up the Brotherhood ring now because there's no more merchants. So sure, I'll take the wallet. Ooh, the flammable solution. Yes. Flammable solution is another good one. And now I can reduce cost of cards in my hand at the time instead of the future, which is good. Raise our brass knuckle strength, and off we go. I don't think the fear we're gaining here, by the way, is going to count for anything, in case people are worried that I'm going to unbalance the story mode game with all of this fear we're generating. It's fine. Let's grab a free relic up here before we continue with what we're doing, because I'm not coming back over here. Satchel for a consumable slot, a fan for an extra card every time you draw a card, or the Pungi for 10 damage to a random enemy whenever you exhaust a card. We could take the satchel for the Pith Helmet collection. Sure. The fan would be nice, but see if we can finish some collections. Sure, we'll go to the motel as well, because we're up here. Again, we're not coming back, so we may as well clean up. We get 3 free fuel, which makes up for what we're spending, and I can upgrade a card for free. What's something that's not close to upgrading? I would like to upgrade something that has not done much yet. Actually, yeah. Let's upgrade the inner voices so that it's initial. So that basically we get the benefit of that every fight without having to wait for it to show up. We'll go over here to grab the insight, then we'll do all of those fights. We're gonna ignore scuffles because scuffles don't benefit us. All it would do is get us money, and we're sitting on 816 coins already. Money's useless to us at this stage of things, basically. Short of paying for brothels. Which still is a hell of a sentence, but, you know. Get a load of this thing. Counter skill. Each time a card of type skill is used, the character receives 5 power. Okay, and it's a dole. Okay. Unfortunately, I have a lot of skill cards, so it's gonna get a lot of power. What this means, though, is we just have to make sure not to give it too much power whenever it's actually attacking. We don't want to go into balance right now because we want the extra time. So we are chewing through this thing pretty quick, so that's nice. Oh, I could have given myself power and really just ripped him a new one. It's fine. We'll ring the bell so we don't burn our insight before we do a more significant fight. Rip bird. Hey, look, another brick. I will survey you and then throw a brick in. And then I will claw you. Meow. Die. Okay, so we could get a golden pyramid or a sakura branch. Apparently, I should have taken the fan because we would have been two parts of the bonsai tree, and I definitely want the sakura branch for the free insight. There's the rusty knife, but the vampirism's too good, so we're not taking that. We can get another ally in the form of a dark young. Breaking bones to get trauma on my enemies? Sure, why not? And now our glass shard's maxed out. All of our claws are about the same level now. Reduce the amount we need in the draw pile for strength, and we also get dexterity now from our crime board. These monster melees are gonna be a joke, probably. Like, it's gonna take us longer to load in than it is for them to die. Oh, these poor rats don't even know what's gonna hit them. I don't one-shot them, so they got that going for them. Do now. They're just lucky I didn't get any of the good attacks. They'll actually get to attack me. Ordinarily, these would poison you, by the way. But since we have fast metabolism, we're poison-proof. They really want this to last longer, huh? Just giving me no attacking cards. There you go, I'll just summon enough allies that they'll die. Shell with a pearl. Move one card of your choice from exhaust pile to hand. I don't think I really exhaust too many cards with this setup, but sure. Oh, speaking of exhaust, we could get offsprings and summon some acid slimes. Hidden Blade's not bad. I don't really poison. No, I think we just leave this set behind. The acid slimes sound like a good idea, but I don't think I'm gonna have ally space for them. And they do cost 3 to summon, which is a little too pricey for my taste. Like, I know it's the same price we pay for the spider, but the spider was picked up earlier. These are like Migos or something, aren't they? Oh no, Night Gaunts, that's the one. Eat 10 damage brick. I have 7 strength already. And that's the reason why it's not a problem for me to keep adding to the deck, because I have the downside of the deck being weird as far as shuffling goes, but I get the benefit of just turbo powering my attacks. Oh. I have 6 strength. Why is this gonna do no damage to you? Oh, right, because they're flying. Right. We need to exhaust them before they stop being a problem as far as that goes. And it's innate, so I can't just cut it off. Let's make our cards cheaper. I'll make a card cheaper. Now it's free to use, so may as well slap him. Honestly, since they take reduced damage, just make them bleed a bunch. I don't think the bleed gets reduced. They did not appreciate a bird helping a non-flying thing, I guess. They just ripped my bird apart. There we go, one down. I keep forgetting that I have another insight move at this point, but it's fine. These guys aren't really a threat. They're just an inconvenience. They are doing sanity damage to me, though, so I gotta kind of watch out for that. Oop. I'm better off using the thing that'll hit twice against the one that hasn't started getting exhausted yet. Like, I'll pay more attention once we get to the other boss fight. Like, probably. There we go. Because we keep ending these fights with full health, so I feel no compulsion to try. Oh, I can get another crow. Sharp teeth, duck, backstab. No. Well, if I throw another card away, we're gonna not have any chance to throw more cards away. So we'll go ahead and grab sharp teeth because it's nice and cheap. Sure. 1,000 cuts being exhaustible is fine. Scuffles are useless. It's a shame we can't reuse these merchants, but it makes sense. But I'm using this to go around all the things that have no use for me. Stop off at the motel. I mean, at the refuel. Fill the tank back up. And it'll probably be Monster Melee, Elite. Though it is a level 1 Elite. Level 3 boss. I don't want to waste the fuel, so I guess I'll go through this level 2 Scuffle to go for this Elite. And then I might ignore that level 2 Elite over there, just because I feel like that's going to be going out of my way too far for nothing. And then we'll just beeline back up to the upper right corner for the level 4 fight and see if we can beat Cthulhu. Which I will say, I don't know if we can win that fight. I've not fought Cthulhu before. Oh hey, it's the same fight but one more of them this time. Okay. I agree. No, not these jerks again. I could have just, like, boosted the hell out of those nails. Oh, well. I always think of these things a second too late. Because I'm just, like, speeding along through these. Just click, 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 click. There we go. Go ahead and exhaust him. Slash him up. We'll set this one on fire. This way he burns nice and well there. We do have a lot of summons to use up as well. I'll probably do a summon for the boss fight we're coming up to. Knuckles, alpha creature against you, evolution, duck. You don't even have, like, burning or anything on you. Actually, you know what? Against you guys, we'll go ahead and use the lamp, so I'm fearless, so that when they nightmare me a bunch, I don't end up losing any sanity. 'Cause that's the one thing that could potentially kill us right now, is our sanity getting demolished. You have 6 energy, so I'm gonna hit you with that, hit you with that, hit you with that. Then we get a claw to finish him off. Oh, but if even if I finish him off, we can still use the crime board because we get the energy back. There we go, now we get a bunch of strength and dexterity. So now they can't even hurt me either. Game's still catching up with what I did. We are too strong. Like, if I could just drive past these, I would. But I would have to go up and around to drive past them. And there is a certain satisfaction to trivializing these fights. Adaptation could be really fun to have. Or weak spot. 6 damage to a targeted enemy for each usage of this card, and it deals an additional 4. But I don't know if that's uses at all or uses in that fight, so we'll take adaptation. 10 dodge. Ooh, alpha creature could be made into an AoE. It does cost 1 at that point. It is a monster menace AoE. Sure. It would be useful as an energy generator is the only reason I was even considering it. You know what? We haven't been getting the relics out of those monster melees. I'm just gonna stop bothering. And a load of this guy. The Gug. Just a big old split in half thing. Doesn't even have any abilities. He's just big. That is his ability. The ability of big. He does attack a lot, though, as you can see by him hitting me 4 times. Which would be scary under ordinary circumstances, but these are far from ordinary circumstances at this point. Actually, no. We're not going to be able to play all these cards anyway, so... This is why you don't do tier 1 elites at this point, because you just trivialize the poor thing. Put him out of his misery. Now that won't actually kill him. Get mad, then shoot him. There you go. Because it was only going to do 8 instead of 9 for some reason. Business card, stay overnight, appears at the asylum, or heal 5 for every 3 talent cards played. I don't think we have talent cards, so I guess we'll get the stay overnight option. Fearless at the beginning of any battle. Get Beastmaster 2 from that. Honestly, we can go ahead and get rid of the leather wallet. We don't need it. We have over 1,000 coins. Ooh, gather bricks. We can just start summoning bricks. I don't know if I want to meme that hard right now, but at the same time, why wouldn't I meme that hard? Getting the Tommy gun targeted would be really nice. Oh, reduce positive status by 2. Very good. Anyways, let's see what our tier 3 boss is. This could still go wrong at any point. Hello. Azathoth, huh? Okay. Very good. Hey, Azathoth, how do you feel about trauma? Back. He didn't have any positive statuses yet, so I can't really do anything there. Ow. He does hit really hard, so he could actually be a problem. And what does disorientation do? Cannot choose the target of their actions for 2. That's fine? Question mark? Yeah, because self-targeting things still target self, so it doesn't matter. We just won't use balance because I want to keep the extra energy. Like, if he had minions, him having disorientation on me would matter. But in the current situation, it does not matter in the slightest. Crime board, very good. Gather some bricks. Have a brick. And a brick. That's how we'll defeat the Elder Gods. We'll throw a bunch of bricks at them. Let me just buffed himself up with some strength. Good for him. Have a brick. We'll sadly get rid of the spider. Let's see. Fish skull. Apply 2 dexterity to the hero when enemy is defeated. As part of Cult Mask. Restore insight after every fight if we want the Fur of Ithaca or the Hex-breaking medallion that we've seen before. Let's go ahead and take the Hex-breaking medallion because I feel like that's a good idea to have a means of blocking curses. Heavy work pants, throwing knife, no. Fire ritual? No. Offensive reflexes. Let's go ahead and grab hide behind rock. Because we can cycle, and cycling is good. And we've maxed out that claw. Like, we really have just broken this now, I think. Considering the tier 3 fight wasn't even a threat. I'm gonna just drive around these guys. I'm over it. Not even gonna do the level 4 elite fight that's there. Well, now maybe I'll do that. Okay, staying overnight heals. That's what that's for. Sure, we'll get my sanity restored then while we're here. Why not? You know, why not? I mean, it is right there. And it'll get me another relic. Between that and the museum relic, we'll have nice 3 rows that are nice and even. 3 gugs, huh? This could actually be a threat. Just look at how many attacks are coming in. This might actually be something I need to try. No, don't try. You know what? You might be right. Also, sharp teeth will be great here, actually, because they will rip themselves up hitting me. We are going to go ahead and actually block a little bit here, though, because otherwise I might actually make a stupid enough mistake that I will die. And that would be embarrassing. With all this power to throw now. If I'm going to throw, I want to at least throw against Cthulhu. Brass knuckles, bricks. And none. Nope, that one has dexterity. Chop that down a bit. That's why the bricks didn't do anything to him, but he's the one I already hurt, so it was similar results at the end of the day. No. My roll-up sleeves was exhausted. What a shame. Go ahead and crime board. It's not gonna be as strong, but it'll do its job pretty well. See how they like getting some trauma. Nope, there goes my surveillance. Okay, we blocked some of that. Getting there. It's taking some doing, but we're getting there. Go ahead and clear that one out. And that one out. You can tell I got a little annoyed at their shenanigans by the fact that I actually just whipped out actual attacks. It's like, okay, fine. Bang, bang, die. No more. No more of your nonsense. And then the game got mad at me and didn't give me anything I can use. He's just poisoning himself like crazy. And then he died. Ooh, apply 2 cold to all enemies at the beginning of any battle, or heal when going to the merchant. Gee, I wonder which one I'm taking. The tiara. Apply static charge to all enemies at the beginning of any battle. No, the top hat's too useful. It's a shame. 5 static charges at the start of a fight would actually be pretty nice. Cursed Pendant, restore sanity, take damage. Revenge, lose insight, gain an attack. If you have 30% less or less health, gain more attack. Or just a casual Molotov. You know, just a casual Molotov. 5 strength and exhaust. We'll leave the rest of that stuff behind. Maybe we'll get lucky on our museum relic. And we're, of course, going to go hire a friend, too. Let's see. The Ankh. Give you aura at the start of every battle. Free poison from the Baneberry, or the Jar of Eyeballs. Remove 1 negative status from the whole team each time the discard pile reshuffles. That's actually really tempting. His negative status cleansing is very good. But I don't have part of either of them. I do have something from neurotoxins for more, but I don't know if that's the whole collection. Probably is more, but you know what? Poison, why not? It is not the whole collection. Sad. It was worth a shot, though. I don't feel like I need the medic, so it's either going to be a policeman or the fireman. I think it's going to be the policeman, based on what we got out of the whistled policeman. If I could hire all of them, I would. I have the money. I could just fucking hire the whole squad. No, there are no other brothels left. There was only 2 of them that spawned. We have 17 fuel, so I can just drive around the worst of this chaff and just go for it. I'm of course gonna fuel up, you know, we might as well beat up Cthulhu on a full tank, right? Yeah. I could hit up these unknowns. One of them might actually be like a merchant or something. It was another museum. Well, we're unbalancing our relic list, I guess. 6 damage for each 5 skill cards played. Gain ally dog, which might actually complete the Origin of Species set. Or the skeleton hand. Well, we'll grab the dog whistle, see if that... Yes, it completes the set. The Origin of Species. Grant 4 block to all allies at the beginning of the hero's turn. That's actually really good, and we now have even more allies, because now we have a dog as well. So it's basically the same as if we had been the photographer, because he spawns with a dog. Or detective, rather, but... Photographer, detective, as far as this world treats them, it's kind of similar. This one? Thinking about it. It's a fight. Y'all really chose the wrong guy to fuck with. Behold, as I just cause an apocalypse around you. Just by existing. You sure you want to try to shake me down? I mean, I'll just go. I can just walk away right now and you all could live. No? No, you're not about that? Okay, throw on the brick at the lady. And then I'll just hunt you for sport. Arguably, I should have finished the madam off, because the madam is one of the biggest problems on the table here, which is why I keep targeting her first. But I thought about it, and the mobsters are dangerous too, so I had a split decision. Set the mobster on fire because he's going to be the last one alive. Because my allies are going to get some work done here too. Oh, you summoned a bomb. Interesting. I didn't know they could do that. All opponents of character. Funk. And then we just kick the bomb over. Because, you know, that's how you defuse a bomb, right? You just give it a solid kick. Set of knives. If I wasn't using the vampirism, that would be huge. Black powder, deal 8 damage to all enemies. If heroes in mad form, deal an additional 7. Sure! In case Cthulhu summons friends, that might actually be useful. And we'll leave the knives behind, unfortunately, because I can't stack multiple weapons. We'll hit the encounter, too. Why not? This could be something good for us. Oh, it's the package game. Sure, why not? I don't really think we can gain much from this, but fuck it, why not? I feel like I'm delaying things at this point, but eh. At least we'll be moving around with full stats. There we go. That 2 sanity could make the difference. You never know. You never know. We're obviously not doing the scuffle. Do I care to do the elite now that I've already unbalanced my list here? The answer is a distinct maybe. Oh, okay, it's that. I saw a ping, so I was checking. So I, as usual, have multiple things spinning, so I need to make sure I'm not missing somebody responding on one of the many plates I have spinning. Oh, hey! Oh, Hotep. Neat. We're really getting the full who's who for most of this. Is in this run, which is good. Up. Add form. Throw a brick. And with some black powder. I think he can show up as an earlier elite fight too, because I know I've encountered him before Area 4 even existed. You would really think these things would be like resistant to being bled and set on fire and all of that, but apparently no, they just have no resistances to anything. Don't kill my policeman. I need him. He's useful. Ish. Just don't kill him, you know? Just don't do it. Be rude. And as you can see, there's still room for my spider. So, you know, now I got 4 friends. Because I think your ally limit is like 4 or 5. No, my downgraded cards. Right, because that's what his whole thing is. He downgrades your cards. So if the fight lasts too long, you just end up at a massive disadvantage. And this fight is going on for a bit, but he really doesn't stand much of a chance. Oh, my policeman is going to die because he got poisoned. Well, that's a shame. he could have been really good in the final battle, potentially. Well, guess we'll just have to make do with our animal companions and the random assortment of item summons I have. Oh yeah, he is hitting me with nightmares as well. Wait, why do I have nightmares -2? I think it broke. I have -2 nightmares. It's an endless status that shouldn't decrease, so why is it at -2? I think the game might be struggling with the amount of nonsense I have going on at this point. I should have made him vulnerable first. I'm really just not even trying in this fight, and it shows. I probably could have kept my police officer buddy alive if I just actually didn't throw. But it's fine. Fight's over anyway. Let's see. Love letter, upgrade a card while visiting the motel, or the Horseshoe of 3 Blessings. We're obviously taking the Horseshoe of 3 Blessings. Draw 3 cards after consumable use. Meh. Invisibility potion. Take half damage. Nah, because it only blocks 3. And I think we'll actually go ahead and reject this card, because I don't really need any of these. And... oh, we can summon 2 spiders. Actually, no, that gives you a cap of 2 spiders. We'll make it an initial summon instead, so we can get him out nice and early. Unfortunately, we have none of the upgrade cards for those guys. But it's time for us and our... let's see... 3, 6, 8, 16, 24... 27 relics to go fight Cthulhu. Including a full set of consumables, full insight, and everything. Hey, big guy. 2,000 health, huh? Yikes. At the start of each turn, all opponents of this character lose 1 sanity. Good. Good. He also can't be stunned, but that's not really surprising. No. That is a fair reaction to seeing Cthulhu. Let's go ahead and get our Dark Young out. And we'll get our other crow out. We'll save the spider for later. Because as you can see, we now have no free space, so it is 4 summons. And we'll adapt. Ambush. Throw a brick at him. Because we're gonna have to go quick here. Considering he's got 2,000 health and I only have 20 sanity. Oh, he just blew up all my friends. I see. So I was kind of expecting them to live through a turn, and then I was gonna use the kebab, which half of them are alive, so there you go. Enjoy kebab. The kebab may or may not be made out of your friends. Just don't worry about that. Well, we're 155 through his health so far. So that's good? Question mark? Already used up a lot trying to hurt him. I'm a little worried about that. I did see a couple comments saying that the 4th bosses are, like, crazy strong. Oh, and you downgrade cards. Great. Great. This could really be a problem, actually. It's okay, I can still get stronger. I got more power left to go here. Bring back brass knuckles to hand. Oh, right. I thought I had energy left. Rip. That still pulls it out of exhaust, though, which is fine. Because I'm just gonna need to, like, majorly pump my strength just so I do some real damage to him, because I'm running out of meat shields as well. Now we shell with a pearl. Able to get one of our claws back. The Monster Menace one is probably a better idea. Oh, he's an Elder God, so I guess he doesn't count for Monster Menace. I could Molotov him. We certainly can't really rely on Glass Shard to do anything there. Because he's nowhere near 50%. Meanwhile, I'm already down 5 sanity from where we started this. Oh, and he just summoned up 50 block. Okay, good for you. Good for you. I can restore 1 sanity and get a pistol. Bang! You know, when you're fighting something like Cthulhu, suddenly your pistol starts to feel really inadequate. Surveillance. Okay, at least we're frenzying. Keep the bleed going. We've almost got him down by 500 health. Now it's a shame that we're running out of sanity. And he just gave us a pile of curses. He just doesn't care. I should have... I did the thing again. I should have used my Art of War thing with my Tommy gun. This is the crime board. When I have no cards in the draw pile at all. We would get a lot of dexterity to keep our health in check. But no, I think I'm actually going to shuffle this hand away. There's my brass knuckles back to give me more strength. No, I don't think any of that hand mattered. Which is not great. Downgrade more of my cards. It's a good thing those upgrades aren't that important. Like, some upgrades are really important. None of the ones I have are that big. Okay, there's Predator. Once, twice. Because the thing is, the charge is expended on the first hit, so it doesn't actually matter that much to use it on those big attacks. It just feels better to use it on those. We are getting there. We have 8 sanity left, though, and he still has over half his health bar. And there goes our Dark Young. We now have no allies left. All of our allies have died. There's another Frenzy, which will be great if we draw anything useful during those 3 turns. But he just pulled 50 block up again. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Break all that block off. We've almost got him down to half health. He's about to hit me with the truck. Yep, we're going a little Lulu now. There's spooky things appearing on the edges of the screen. Go ahead and discard the curse. He's past the halfway mark. Keep firing! Keep firing! I'm gonna go out a limb here and say we're probably not making it. It's gonna be close, but we ain't gonna make it. Especially since he keeps hitting me with weakness to counterbalance all of the buffing I've been doing. We're just gonna get sanitied out before he runs out of health, because we don't have any good means of restoring sanity. Though I can cleanse my debuffs, so let's get rid of that weakness before it gets any worse. And now just hide behind the rock. Fuck. Not a good enough hand. We're gonna be so close and then we're gonna die of sanity. It is such a shame. We got him down to a quarter of his health. Yeah, this is why they warn you that Cthulhu is a hard fight. Because he just has a timer because of sanity damage by default. Oof. I think that'll do, though. We did a couple good runs. We did one really long run on the map. This way you all got a sample of what the DLC has to offer. And I don't want to do another long stream after doing 3 long streams this week. I think this is a good cutting point. Is if I start another run, it's probably going to put us up to like the 5.5 hour to 6 hour mark. Because I wouldn't want to cut a run part way because we probably wouldn't come back to it. So you all wouldn't see how whatever run it was ended. And I know I said I was going to start doing longer streams after the donathon and everything went off, but that didn't mean that every stream after that was going to be longer. I just need to quickly find us somewhere to be. Which, you know, quickly in quotation marks on that one, considering I have a lot of choices to make here, but I will make this decision as quick as I can without just recklessly going, yeah, we're going there, just throwing randomly. But of course, schedule coming up. I don't entirely know what I'm going to do tomorrow because, as I had mentioned before, I had slated the whole week for the donathon just in case. Monday, of course, we will finish Hokage no matter how it goes. That's part of what I'm going to do today, probably is grind for that to make sure we can actually get through the final area, considering it proved to be such a goddamn problem. And then the rest of that week, of course, is in a similar uncertainty. There is more than likely going to be a new collab on this coming Thursday because I am making arrangements to play a new game with a handful of the group. So that'll be good. That's all the schedule I have to offer you right now. So that covers all of those things. I don't really have anything else major to add today. I do have a couple things in the works, but they are, like, distant in the works more than likely. Because I have to decide exactly how I want to go about some of the things that are coming up. Some of which is going to involve model changes. So look forward to that if you want to see me do weird new nonsense, because there's weird new nonsense coming. It's just not immediately coming, because it's gonna take dev time to get everything where I want it to be and everything working. But feel free to get excited about the possibilities there. Let me take a peek at a couple of these, make sure they're not ending soon, and then I'll make the final decisions there. Of course, you know, I just get dumped in goddamn ads. Okay, now they're about to end, so let's not send over there. This is why we check these things ahead of time. I like this game. What? Where are they at? No, they're also ending soon. Why is everyone ending at this point in the day? Why are you all running from me? Ah. Hmm. You know what? We did add them to the planned groups. Yeah, sure. We'll go see them. Because I've been talking to them a bit, and we are planning on theoretically doing stuff together as soon as either of us can get our schedule and our shit together. So we'll go see Mush, who's doing Silent Hill 4 The Room for the first time. So that should be fun. They're a decent bit in, but they don't look to be ending quite yet. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. As we talked schedule already, I'm not going to go through that again. Be good to Mush, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow for whatever it is I decide to do. Good night, everybody.